Hold on. Where is my docs? Edit. Chat. Yeah. We chucking chat up here. That's what we're doing. Oh shoot. I think they did some things to it. Yeah, alright. We have our YouTube here. We have everything that we need. Alright, hello. Alright, today's Friday. We have what, 4 days until just a bit less than a week to get this shit done. So I'm gonna think about this is there, slide across. Yeah, okay, so I gotta delete that. Alright, just gotta get this guy back. Cool. Right. I think I'm just gonna go focus on so why don't we go here, focus, and let's get down to 70, slide across, head, body, let's go here. Alright, so I think I've got to do a bit of a life drawing technique here, just because I really do like the reference video that I did. These get a bit thick at the moment. I do kind of like how bold this is, if I'm being honest. I just got to figure out how to convey it so that it's not too janky. Oh man. Okay, you know what? I gotta send some stuff to some people. How do I do this? Outlook. Oh man, I'm like risking some NDA shit. Oh my god. Okay. How do I do this? What the fuck? Hold on a minute. Oh my god, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, so I just can't close this. Alright, that's a little bit annoying. Fuck it, I'm gonna pull up the good old YouTube anyways.
Universe. Sequence, a dizzying time-lapse of creation made primarily through practical effects, and it begs the question, why? Why would the director, who can create such beautiful sequences, instead choose to reign over his creation as a wrathful deity? There must be some reason, some grand design, some explanation that will cause everything to make sense. And then the film ends. For all that can be thematically gleaned from Mad Gods, all the echoes of power, creativity, and cycles of suffering, if a god's meaning can be perfectly understood, well, they aren't all that mad then, are they? Indeed, part of why these stories matter is they remind us cruelty is not always rational, that sometimes looking for reasoning can miss the point. To entertain the idea of the divine succumbing to insanity is to accept that the universe isn't always a place of complete saneness, that not all hardships are perfectly sensible. When we tell tales of mad gods, we acknowledge the unpredictability of life's sorrows, and perhaps there is a strange comfort in that. Maybe life is but a grotesque and foolish dream, maybe it's mad gods all the way down, but it can be oddly reassuring when a work grapples with meaning and concludes that sometimes things are just tough, and it's not your fault. All any creation can do is decide how they want to create. And as always, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this entry, please lend your support by liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video.
Simulations, and would receive numerous sequels in the following years. It also sold 30,000 copies by June 1982, making it a big hit, which was new ground for the RPG genre. Temple of Apshai starts with a now routine character creation system, before switching to a top-down graphical representation of the dungeon players will spend the game adventuring through. Still, Apshai does reveal a key difference between mainframe and PC RPGs, which is memory limitations. Mainframe computers are famous for giving rise to the text-based adventure genre, and RPGs that followed would likewise feature large amounts of text to communicate their complicated worlds and systems to players. But personal computers didn't have anywhere near the memory needed for so much text, and these memory limitations would play a major role in shaping PC RPGs for many years. This meant early RPGs often placed less emphasis on story than both tabletop RPGs and later computer RPGs, simply because there wasn't enough memory available to include much story without making other major sacrifices. It also meant that a lot of important information needed to play these games was placed in instruction manuals, including tutorials, explanations of gameplay systems, details about a game's setting and plot, and more. In fact, the Temple of Apshai manual even includes detailed descriptions of each possible room the player enters in-game, all 233 of them. detailing smells, sounds, skeletons, stonework, and more. Temple of Apshai was not one of the games I played in preparation for this video, but from this manual I can at least tell you what the Temple of Apshai smelt like, and the answer is vanilla, for some reason. Seriously, the smell of vanilla is described 56 times in this manual,
What the fuck am I
which
watching?
makes me wonder if the reward for getting to the end of the temple is a giant cake.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Water, you swimming with sharks. If I was an NBA player, I'd be Dylan Brooks, but worse. I'm Debo, we are not equal. They all miss like a shack at the free throw. Script my plate, never shot right. Echo, pretty god, never slave to the ego. Los Mio, super more Beatles. Stick from starving, feeling like my rip show. So in love with J. Paul, we face off, we'll make you face God. Who that running they trap? Wait, y'all ain't trouble where I look good like that. Let me switch in a minute, they gon' put me in a Guinness. I need the maximum fitness. You get hit with a face palm. It's a new year, but I'm still fake calm. 4-5 always still like State Farm. When they can't read you like a book, they gon' try to attack what you stand on. I'ma take off even if I land wrong and take everything I can get my hands on. Run it up. Who that running they jet? Why you ain't built like that? Her ass niggas is swear. I ain't fucking built like that. Been in these switches a minute, they gon' put me in a Guinness. I need the maximum fitness, just leave it on the I hate when niggas be stressed about what you be doing more than they worry about their own shit. I hate when these bitches be begging your boy for some cash and then turn around and say eat the rich. They get mad when niggas do it for themselves cause the parents is still chipping in. Oh, you mad? Your bitch play follow the leader after you unfollow your bitch. Underground, no my go on. These niggas be spinning on go far. Say for my business and which one? On top, I'm here, go down. You niggas is bitches, I don't wanna kick. Lately I ain't for the fences, you niggas don't swing, you stacking up misses. You treating your business, we can't do no business. Dick riding is expensive, if you need an image, then baby don't listen. Keep bumping, who the fuck is that? Fake crowd talking to me rap. Got a machine behind them and still they can't fill up capacity with their rap. Baby mama be a rack snack. Grew up white, now they act black. She had issues with her father.
I had issues with my barber.
She off all of these
Ah!
but I peer card.
Let's go. Fucking love this shit.
I do with a vengeance. Next to spin that down.
Give me the gun. Give me the triple.
I do a lot for the mentions.
Fuck,
I
love
spaz
this
in other dimensions. I'm the trip to another level while you trust you came with affection. That's some niggas gotta respect it and get it with time. And I'm coming in really inspired. You just have to show me your mind and tell me this way to fire. She had issues with her father.
I had issues with my barber.
She all got those drugs. Talking about I hear cars.
Do we have a problem?
You got the swag of a nigga from Chatterbait. You wanna aggravate. Still talk, cause the chopper elaborate.
composition or drawings, right?
Hey, bitch, I'm back outside. They getting surprised when they hearing these beats like epiphany. Back and forth with this African booty scratch. I left all of that talking with bitches beat. I was at the chateau with the blow. You said you would show, but you never did shit to me. If you show for that face to face, wouldn't be shooting some shots. The same all over Twitter. It's text other mess and it pics of me. He talk shit with his friend and that shit to me. That bitch only online, she ain't real to me. They is what niggas think I'm supposed to be. It's so funny you play me, you tough, but you can't back it up, but you back it, posting me. I done had that boy face down, ass up, like your baby mama be. Fuck these niggas, I'm spazzing, hitting that hoe till I give her a heart attack. I just told that bitch shit, she get Cardi back. I put creativity back on the map. I be spitting that dope like it's 80s crack. You ain't getting no cash back. You see daddy, they he get flashback. You be yapping, I open my cash out. All head in a sack. Bitch, I go Amber Rose to these MAGA raps. Yeah, I stand on that shit, ain't no back and back. I don't care what you feel, I ain't fat for that, and that's real. Barry Sanders, every runner's a real. Curtis Sanders, keep the recipe sealed. These niggas connected like Ronnie for real. Nepotism will hit you in the film. I let it hit, brewing that coffee, I'm taking a sip. Everybody thinking pick me sweet, thinking it's splendid. I'm gonna drip. Y'all niggas thinking you one step ahead. This me letting you know that I'm hip. Y'all keep on thinking I'm playing the hand I was dealt. Yeah, until I say can't get a grip on that bitch. Y'all want none of them problems. Y'all want none of them issues. None of your people gon' miss. You better off with a tissue. Bro, there's no record with misses. She catching the kill like a scrambler. I have issues with my mama. You got issues with the Clippers.
I just wanna make it home. Right on my Air Vision Pros, I feel like one two photos.
Ela quica no pau, ela senta no pocotó, só usa pocotó. Fica de quatro, nós bota assim. Ela quica no pau, ela senta no pocotó, só usa pocotó. Ela quica no pau, ela senta no pocotó.
They so told me I'm a dog, but I'm a bitch say. I can't even beat this shit. I can't be no basic bitch. On my knees in front of God, but I'm not even vague. I can't keep no secrets. Baby, don't let me see me. Walking that bitch, ayy. Take a fucking that bitch, ayy. I'm lit, I'm not gonna lie. Switch, she been around. My hips be keeping them. You missing my life. Stress for you got to the dollar. Wrist the place, keep her tight. They so told me I'm a dog, but I'm a bitch say. I can't even beat this shit. I can't be no basic bitch. On my knees in front of God, but I'm not even vague. Baby, don't even speak it. Bruh, I cannot take niggas thinking like this. Ain't never met me but be on my dick. Why you don't care if you got an opinion? Why you don't care but you got an opinion? Smoking your face like I'm taking a swig. Free but you can't be dead. If you gonna be real, make it make sense. We just walk away, but I don't distance. I can count all of my industry friends on my hands and my niggas, they be in the van. I come rap, I know what it is. If I show you a drink, I ain't playing with kids. You niggas looping for looping, never repent. That bullshit ain't worth
Fica
leaving.
de quatro, nós bota assim. Ela quica no pau, ela senta no pocotó.
Mais uma do Ramego.
Ela quica no pau, ela senta no pocotó.
MC, I'm the tried and true. Try me, dream that I see you. Time to show and prove, I guess. Time to bust a new move, I guess. Scrolling through the tube in K-West. See myself on the news, so blessed. Dudes don't get this good till they deaf. Real Italy must be kidding me. No sign long that Aborigines can't get rid of me like history.
When I come around, better stare at the floor. Cause I'm in that mode. On my own, I got that flavor. Jonathan made paper. Especially when y'all catching up with PDFs and rippers, no drizzy. I hope y'all paying attention. No, really, I died. I killed myself telling the joke. I'm in the rush to fuck up. Y'all wish I used my background as a. Y'all wish I kept on eating prison lunch. Cause I'm tweeting too much. Giving a key is a must. These rappers fell off. They ain't statements, make statements. They state this is peeing in cups. Ain't no bottom. Freeing than us. Yeah, none of it.
Dumb. Let's go. Let's go. Dumb.
I had to get on my pop shit. I don't wanna start shit. These rappers is regular food. I put my bitch in compartment. She thinking it caught me. She never on regular too. I don't know who told these wiggers that acting like niggas was ever the vibe of the you know that, I know that injury. You was the black of the image, but why they don't say that? Wanna cry the blood of the Maybach. If you hate my niggas, just say that. We can take this shit the veteran way. The Kimber, the Glock, the mini to trade. I ain't going nowhere. I'm rocking your face, making sure you be hit till I make it afraid. Say that. Wanna cry the blood of the Maybach. If you hate my niggas, just say that. Just to be clear, I'm the cornerback. I'm just throwing that pass and you fumble that. I am off the LT, said it. Was smack back to back on these bars like some battle rap. You ain't swinging no rock like Candle Max. You stay in the crib with your favorite rap. Wanna cry the blood of the Maybach. If you hate my niggas, just say that.
Let's go. That shit's crazy. Hey, shorty fucking rap style, says she need a roll
dough. I'ma take Klonopin and mix it with the no-dough. Zero fear in it, got it tatted on my torso. It's getting for free and talking about it like they forced yo. Fuck about my DMs, nigga, I cannot endorse yo. The only time I fuck with amateurs is if it's porno. Shorty wanna kick it with a master. Showed her who I am and I should kick it with an activist. Inside Malcolm with the soul of a ratchet. Saturate that mini move and rest up on my Mandarin. You a Laps fan and I hope you never stand again, cause all my enemies in jeopardy. Better phone a friend.
You got dirt on me, my country encouraged me. I just bought a dirty piece, I just bought a dirty piece. My family discouraged me, my exes do dirt on me. It's to rap the dirty shits, it's to rap the dirty shits. I might scratch some numbers off, but I don't play no lottery. I might have broke your homegirl off, but you ain't gotta go follow facts. I got ex-friends, know my number and still turn me. I'm her ex-man, but she pretends she never heard of me. Ho, watch what you say, lie on my name, that there is perjury. Feels like I'm fucking a hoe in the you living up there with uncertainty. For real, I promise before you go, I won't address you personally. But when them boys get to it, they gon' do it to purpose. Abraham Raisi in the heli feeling foggy. Money, 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 it made me feel like I'm talking. Growing up like I'm IDF native, warrants ain't stopping shit. Is you Harvey, Jeffrey, R. Kelly, or is you opposite? Say that shit. Say that shit. Say that shit. Say that shit. I pledge allegiance to my niggas, my hoes, my bitches, and me. Every morning I get down on my knees for a God that I can't see. Every tweet it come with a
cause. Every enemy painted a song. If you break up, delete it and crop. Fuck my ex and fuck every cop. Nepo baby shit, these bitch niggas always got their head down. Bitch ass nigga be down when I slide and they cry when they see you made it. Bitch, I'm not just throwing paint at the wall. I don't do nothing but ball. I can't be racist, I'm chasing the painting and spinning white faces on weapons of war. I don't give a fuck. I'm on the hook. I'm on a mission just like a mortician. I'm spitting harder than a rapist. The cap on his calendar, niggas be silent and stop with the vinyl. We don't want to get dead. Fuck was a challenge. It's hard to keep balance. I'm selling the birds and I'm feeding my cubs. Some of you niggas grew up in castles, acting like life is a hassle. I take a nigga talking shit down to the back row, pick and live life in the back. I ain't born rich, no pot to piss. I make one flick. That's over six. The lies don't stick. Narratives ain't fitting. Now they gotta pivot. The goalpost shifts. Run it up, run it up. Running my bitches crazy. Counting up, counting up. All this bread and bread. Who y'all think is the champ? I treat the blood like it's crazy.
This is looking good.
These hoes telling they DJ phase, they coming up short on piece of cash. And I take all these big rides, bitches think they hate when they kissing my ass. Damn it, you know I'm too much of a narcissist. Fuck on my reputation for a bag. I can snip out you proximity, bitches. I can't be responsible. I'm not your dad. Up in the morning, I'm cleaning my babies. I'm switching that bitch to make sure it don't jam. You niggas know that I'm done with the sickness. Quickness, fucking up band. Mad if a nigga like I'm picking infants. I was some rich shit, he give me sand. Draco, these are few of my favorite bands. I'm slim and shady, but I'm not a stand. Tracy McGrady, I jet with my hand. Bro, nigga, cannot be the pen. Talking that shit, cause you know I'm the one with the beats, the money, the drugs, and the land. Got till the income with the money. Joe, I'm making that dough, better hit my line and bombs on land. Yeah.
You think you know me? Out the trenches for you flabbergasted fat fucks. This your boy Denzel Curry in this bitch. And I'm chilling with my nigga Peggy. You already know what time it is.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing I've ever made in my life.
And you know, for Pete's sake, nigga, the boy Denzel Curry gotta do what it takes to get that motherfucking money and that motherfucking bread to get it all on your bitch head. Yeah, so this how we gon' do it. Okay, so I gotta be rude. No matter which way you go, you'll still be a square like a Rubik's Cube. See, I'm trying, nigga, I am that dude. Me and JP on my APE, so I got monkey boys with the same PE. Everybody said I got ADD, but it never add up. I'ma count past 3. Matter of fact, 1. All of this down on the sheet from D to UC, but it's giving to the bigger rep front. Nigga, I jump, better get far or see I stunt. For that nigga, but a North Bay nigga. This shit, I'm a nigga 2-way nigga. Knocking off the top, this is 2-page nigga. I'm a tsunami, the new wave nigga. Most of your members gon' beat this member. You fall off cause I'm yelling out timber. You couldn't fuck with me if I had Tinder. Last name Curry and I see for charisma. Somebody from Street Fighter 6 on my neck, baby niggas never do it like this. Got a brand new all-go shit, nothing cooler, hanging from my neck to my teeth. Live and direct out the bitch pussy. This your boy Denzel Curry and his hoe, aka Zeltron, aka Big Ocean. Y'all niggas don't know what the fuck it is when a real nigga step into a room with some society that shit is on. Straight out the swamp, straight out the Everglades, out in Florida, bitch ass nigga. You feel me? Dade County gets Sprague County, Lauderdale was Slaughterdale. You already know what the fuck it is. Hey Peggy, let me talk to him one time. Hold up.
Niggas be begging for shit to be different until they get it, then they treated them different. People projecting they bullshit on you cause they dissatisfied with the life that they live in. Niggas net worth be like $17 while they begging for 52 shorties I've been with. I can sniff out your proximity, hoes always net some shit going on but never did it. I don't understand when people talk shit on me, they gotta leave with a lie so fitting. Friends acting like they don't wanna talk, start begging for change, I don't know what it's giving. Niggas be trying to fuck on your bitch while they dapping you up saying I see your vision. Fake friends turning on me for nothing, they mad cause they failed even with an advantage. This is my fight, I just woke up as a child of the light. They jump on the beat and tell her goodnight. Y'all talk your best, but hitting it right. Tip up on GM as high as a kite. Shot for successful, I bought me a pint. Watch how I whip, I ain't served out of rice. Get your head practice for rolling the dice. Now don't believe hype, believe what you see, now what's said on the mic. Begging gently, I kick out every time. Can't get me down, so they try by the side. Try fuck with my money, try fuck with my mind. They acting like fucking these bitches and calm. This ain't relatable, this ain't debatable. Something happened to you, it's by design. Yeah, man. JP motherfucking Mafia. Making grown men emotional since 2008 at least. And I walk around everywhere, ask me, you know? And you never catch me out here looking like these dirty ass underground rappers locked in an Airbnb somewhere with a bunch of niggas playing with each other's dicks, 0 women around, looping records nobody wants to hear.
What's wrong with having no women around, JPEG?
For a God who can hear, I can't pray to no God I can fear. I think I should've ran me a cult, quarterback that hole like I'm paying on calls. Fuck niggas yapping about me and they all, but when I see you, it's the grace of assault. You say you see him, you catching the case. I hope not the one that you got in your ball, cause that shit is shaky. Heard the church service ain't come as you are, so I showed up with a whole bunch of bitches that hate me. Told my man bitch to stop acting expensive. Girl passed me the mic, you was clues to Stacy. I know that time heals wounds, my time is money, and I can't use time to save me. Pray for all of my enemies, they either dead or hating, literally faking. Lame ass niggas get exposed every day, and I don't gotta do nothing more than frustrate him. He's not a threat, bitch, I'm on him a vet. I hit marksman in basic, I never need training. Hey, they make a career from hating. Hey, they make a career from faking. I should talk my way right into a bag. You pussy in private, begging for collabs. You pillow talking to these bitches is sad. I don't know whether to slap you or laugh. Shower posse, get that baby in bath. I know your label saw a cash grab. You got pop and turn hashtag. Stop yapping online, cause you know where I'm at, little bitch.
I've named this one JPEG.
Anytime you need it, she come through. Turn on the lights. I'm looking for her. I'm looking for. I'm looking for.
Look, I ain't really into flashing. I feel like an accident. I'm never chose. Baby talking voice of passion. nigga boxing with the drugs. I got a good chin like James Tone. Niggas be putting your boy in a box, they be acting like cops. I can never be phony. She be acting like a lot of hope. It's all like act, she deserves a tone. I'm either on or off the drugs, can't hold the buzz, I can out of tone. Cause either on or off the drugs, a voice plays in my ear like I'm a hoe. The first one was good with the beats. The second one put me up in the deep. The third one was sick, no disease. The fourth I had to rush it to complete. I don't have no basis, not a secret. Ain't no happy house, we taking beatings. The streets in my mind is filled with demons. That's why I be eating these bitches like Sarah Teagan. Cause distractions hitting every season. These niggas just rob no reason. It's not just a facade that I can see, or standing up for lies I don't believe. I'm Michael Jackson dancing in the mirror. The only one who can see me is me. The only one who can't be me is me. Warriors, CP3. When I see you it's TTT. Fuck 'em, we don't take EBT. No C notes, 100K tweets. Gotta pray my son will be this week. Gotta pray my girl will be this week. Fuck. Some of you niggas be talking right out of the side of your neck, and I can't believe that to be gas in these little hoes. Some of you niggas be sitting around all day hating on niggas they never met. I just feel sad for you, little bro. Baby, you know when I'm wildin' out, I make a mess. I keep the killer like Nick, put my bitch in the vest. What did that last one contribute but pussy and stress? Nothing. I'm looking for her. Y'all know I got scuffles ahead of me. When I'm speaking, my mind is unsettling. I know liberal feelings is delicate. Try to play when he feeding their medicine. Got the doctors prescribing his ketamine. Cause it's more than these shadows I'm wrestling. Drip my bitch in Dior, she decadent. Work so much you think Peggy was Mexican. It's to thinking that Peggy a joke. Got procedures in place for the heckling. When they wanna speak, this is a veteran. I'm like Kelly Diaz in the show. Say my name or I can't really tell. Niggas rap like they casting a spell. Niggas vague, my presence is felt. I'm direct, they go everywhere else. I've been rats since Keenan and Kel. Don't know who you are, be someone else. Don't just copy me, bitch, be yourself. When you got it, they hate you still. They gon' laugh every time that you rap. Tell them rats stop paying their bills. Yeah. 4-5 on the hip, ready pronto. 2 cups champagne and a rhino. Weapons registered, ready to unload. You know, usually beat them like Harpo. All my bitches in love with the cocoa. Got my side face to Jack Harlow. All my bad hoes, bringing that work home straight to my game of chair. 5'9", knocking out hoes as tall as Angel Reese, I don't care. Hold on, read my sign, I know I ain't shit, let's not even go there. Heard you fucking my bitch, I fucked yours too, let's keep that shit square. Ayy, fall on me, ayy, fall on me, ayy, put it all on me, babe.
Oh, yes, hi. Hello. Oh, yes, hi. Yep. Yep, of course. Sorry about that. Yeah, my full name is Winston Liu, and my date of birth is 15th of March, 2000. Damn. Alright. Scared the shit out of me for a sec. Bit of an awkward one, but hey. Got some mistaken transfers, so got back that money. Let's go, baby. Got some mistaken transfers, so got back that money. Let's go.
I should have my song. I should have kept it going. I should wash it away. Wash it
Let's go.
Fuck out the deep end, we'll get you afloat. Y'all niggas always be doing the most. Black Michael Phelps just acknowledge the stroke. God level Libra, swooping a ghost. I switched the channel and lost the remote. She for the world, she belongs to the globe. Gaslight is popular, learn how to cope. Acting like hoes, I thought it's banned, she hit the flow. Let's get it. Everyday people pushing past the limit. Men only know suppressing what they feeling. I used to work for pennies on the minute. Hunger from struggle, stating cause I'm living. Roped in my muscle, flexing all you bitches. I can't defend this bitch up in the mirror. I'd rather ask forgiveness than admission. Under the cap and can't restore the feeling. I never chill cause y'all really want a nigga broke. Like, fuck the excuses, but y'all really eat all the toxic narratives and jokes. Like, friends they pass, some opportunities never come back. If I don't know nothing, no one thing is sad. Never react to the demographic with the swag and the cashier and radio shack. Talking to Zoe like when we start running, we ain't finna look back. You niggas making a trend to the trauma bond. Self-oppression is deeper than rap.
Funny how time flies when you're having fun. Please stay. Funny how time flies when you're having fun. Funny how time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, ooh, funny how time flies when you're having fun.
It's not that I don't love my bitch, but I don't love these side hoes neither. She throwing that shit back in at me and I'm catching it like I'm a wide receiver. I know these lines you fucking ain't hitting it right. I'm Derek Jeter. Part of my sleeve and cash on my fist. Chase a dream, maybe not just a bit. I can believe it. This hope I be breaking. I'm breaking like this. Look, my bitch never got taken from me. I lost her myself. My bitch never got comfort from me. I needed too much help. I can't do 1 hour a week. I think I need more help. I don't think I need no more fixing. I'll just heal myself. Who's gonna be there when you low, bitch? You or somebody else? My actions got way too active. I don't want no more help. 1 hour a week ain't enough for me. I think I need a friend. Everyone that I ever dated deserves better. I could've wrote this when I'm faded, but alcohol gives you a lens. When I speak in my mind, I'm on demonic time. I got family and fences to mend. Every argument comes with a cost. Every dub ends up in a loss. Gotta keep the facade of a boss. Every picture developed is tossed. I know bitches that I never talk to. I got exes, I'm still fucking raw. I've been stuck in a car with a child lock, trying to break out and answer the call. Can you hear it? Actual love, actual heart, actual care. Niggas get mad at me when I call out the hate, cause they hate me, no debating. All on my dick and you know you dating. Bitch nigga, let's face it. We came up out the mud, still got dirt in our faces. Now we counting your faces. White girl slide on the pole, I'm throwing her faces. I can never, it's not that I don't love my bitch, but I don't love these side hoes neither. She throwing that shit back at me and I'm catching it like I'm a wide receiver. I know these losers, you fucking ain't hitting it right. I'm Derek Jeter. Heart on my sleeve and cash in my fist. Chase a dream, maybe not just a bit. I can't believe it, this bitch got me breaking, I'm breaking like this. I can't believe it, this girl got me breaking, I'm breaking like this. Fuck. Alright, that's it. I'm done, I'm fine. Fine. Working on this shit.
ancestor worship. The 6th century CE marked the beginning of trade with the Islamic world and the Tang dynasty in China, which replaced the dying trade from the Roman Empire at the time. In my town of Fort Kochi, for instance, the fishing communities still use the Chinese fishing nets on a daily basis for their livelihood, something that you don't see in any other part of India. And I need to emphasize this point for the Hindu nationalists watching right now. The first mosque in India was built in Kerala in 629 CE. No evidence of interreligious violence, no evidence of forced conversions, just peaceful trade. I know some of you Islamophobes are probably cringing by now, but deal with it. Muslim, Christian, and Jewish communities had established themselves as prominent communities along the coast, and they coexisted peacefully with tribal chieftains. From the 6th to 8th centuries, the Chera chieftains saw a decline in prominence, becoming vassals to neighboring Pandyas, Rashtrakuta, and Chalukya dynasties. At this point, we need to take a peek at what was happening in those dynasties to get a glimpse into what the Kerala people were about to experience. The Chalukya dynasty at this time had already transitioned into having a segregated, rigid society based on the Brahminical Chaturvarna system, the four Varna system, a religious hierarchical system of control that would be imposed upon the Jatis, which you can understand as lineage or ethnic communities. Jatis is what we're really talking about when we even flippantly use the word caste, because that's what really represents the groups of humans who are then slotted into this 4-tier Varna system. This was done in order to dictate land rights, marriage, personal laws, and ritual status. It is essentially a failed, cynical system employed by the ruling castes for the purpose of social dominance. You will notice that I'm using the term Brahminical here specifically, because again, this was a system conceived of, written about, and propagated by Brahmins, male Brahmin priests specifically, who held high stations in the courts of kings. Let's spend some time talking about these definitions here, because the lack of understanding around the words Jati and Varna is also used by Hindutva fascists in propaganda videos in the West and at home to divert from the word caste.
I will tell you what that context is, and that context is that there is a whole new version of Marxism called critical race theory, popularly called wokeism. Dalits were invited to Harvard and encouraged to combine forces with the African Americans and Muslims and others who felt that they are oppressed, and to create what's known as critical caste theory, which says that the Dalits of India are the blacks. Wokeism started with a very innocent idea that asking blacks to wake up. Woke means woken up.
It's a grand social structure that the Indian civilization produced, which actually resulted in the diversity that we see in society today. We see Varna pride, we see different languages, different foods, different culture, different ways of dressing, different ways of worship, and that's the real diversity. India is the only civilization that can say that we produce diversity.
So there is caste abuse, no doubt, but we cannot locate it on Vedic origin. My problem is not fighting caste abuse at all. My problem is fighting Vedas and Hinduism as the cause of caste abuse.
We don't have caste, we have Varna and Jati. It explains that these are actually ways of preserving diversity. It's not against diversity, it is for diversity. Because rather than a homogeneous society, a society where different people have different talents, they all work together in one social ecosystem, is a healthier society. So it explains the original purpose of having Varna as a very natural thing.
Let's come back to that common talking point that caste was a European construction. Hindu nationalists like to claim that caste has to be some kind of European construction because caste comes from the word casta in Portuguese. They go on to say that what India had was a more natural, healthy system of Jati and Varna, which they like to claim as the native system of India, a native way to diversify society. Brahmin Hindutva ideologues, like Rajiv Malhotra specifically, are known for this tactic, where he attempts to divert your attention by using these Sanskrit words in order to appeal to the still prevalent Orientalist views around the East that you still see in the US. It is merely an attempt to rebrand and whitewash the oppressive hierarchical system that is Chaturvarna. It is an attempt to subvert the narrative by co-opting terms of social justice like diversity and inclusion. Ooh, crafty guy. So let's take a closer look at Varna. Varna directly translates to the word color. Now, we'd be quick to equate that to mean color of skin. However, this originally did not mean color of skin. It's actually something even worse. Varna refers to the color of a person's gunas, or in English, essential or inherent qualities. The Brahminical belief is that you are born into a certain varna based on a combination of your gunas and karma. Karma, as you may know, refers to the idea that your actions in this life add up in a karmic tally, which will determine the quality of your next birth, i.e., birth into another varna in the next life. Now, what's interesting about these ideas is, unlike Abrahamic faiths, where you have a book to point to as your religious text, there is no one book in Brahmanism. Brahminical concepts were transmitted through oral traditions and only written down over time by different people. They were formed to suit the specific needs of each ruling class or family at any given time. So they often took on the subjective realities of the various authors who wrote them. This vague situation leads to a lot of hand waving about the age of many of these texts. For instance, the word Varna itself is surprisingly absent from ancient Vedic texts like the Rig Veda, for instance, which is one of the oldest written works that we have, dated at around 1500 BCE.
1500? Hey, what is this guy saying? He's born yesterday or what? Rig Veda's 50,000 billion million years old. Who are you?
Indian historian R.S. Sharma even points out that there is no evidence of food or marriage restrictions in the Rig Veda in ancient Vedic communities. Historians and linguists also suggest that there is one verse out of 1,000 hymns in the 10th mandala of the Purusha Sukta that uses a Sanskrit inconsistent with the time. Instead, the Purusha Sukta uses a Sanskrit that is medieval, so 1,000 years younger. What is this controversial passage, this Purusha Sukta? As per the Purusha Sukta of the 10th mandala, the body of the creator, Purush, which translates to man in English, is divided into the mouth, the arms, the thighs, and the feet. In English, this passage says, when they divided Purusha, how many portions did they make? What do they call his mouth? His arms? What do they call his thighs and feet? The Brahmin was his mouth. Of both his arms was the Rajanya made. They didn't have the word Kshatriya yet. His thighs became Vaishya. From his feet, the Shudra was produced. This is the only time in the Rig Veda where these body parts are mentioned, even alluding to any kind of caste system. This is also where we get these four Varna rankings. The Manusmriti, which was written around the 3rd or 2nd century BCE, as I mentioned before, also uses these terms in its laws, positing and solidifying the hierarchical structure. We have an interesting account of the social structure in ancient Uttar Pradesh, for instance, through the words of Megasthenes, a Greek writer and an envoy from Arcosia in present-day Afghanistan, who stayed in Chandragupta Maurya's court at the end of the 3rd century BCE after the Seleucid-Mauryan War. According to Ravi Kanbal's analysis of Megasthenes' work Indica, we get one of the earliest descriptors of social society in Uttar Pradesh through the lens of an outsider. Megasthenes noted 7 castes instead of 4. Even in this 7-tiered system, the philosophers were at the top. They were the only ones called upon to carry out rituals and sacrifices, and would also be the only ones to qualify for privileges like tax exemptions as incentives for good counsel to the king. He also noted that people could not change their castes in Mauryan society. Historians suggest that the general structure that Megasthenes observed was quite consistent with many different structures around the world. But we must also keep in mind that Megasthenes was a Greek supremacist from the Greek imperial core of the time. And the Greeks held a supremacist belief that the subcontinent was actually Greek territory because, according to their mythology, India was conquered by Dionysus, apparently.
I do something to deserve this, man, because I thought that we were getting on just fine. Better than fine, but this.
He also wrote about how people in India only had culture or any kind of structure at all because the ancient Greeks were the ones who civilized them. This becomes a recurring theme. It should also be noted that Megasthenes stayed in the court of Emperor Chandragupta Maurya and saw society through the eyes of Kautilya or Chanakya, who was one of the most famous Brahmin priests of the time. Coming back to the four Varnas, the story of the Mahabharata is the first instance in writing where we see further discussion of the concept of gunas or essential qualities. There is an attribution of color to each Varna. The guna of Brahmins was seen as white, signifying purity. Kshatriyas were coded as red, signifying power, greed, and pride. Vaishyas were coded as yellow, since they were seen as having a combination of Brahminical and Kshatriya attributes. These three Varnas at the top are known as Dvija, or twice born. The concept of being twice born was not in the original Vedas, not in the Rig Veda. Instead, it comes from the much more recent Manusmriti. Only those who were considered Dvija or twice born were considered pure enough to study the Vedas. At points of time, they were also considered the only ones pure enough to even get educated. The fourth Varna, the Shudra, was coded as having a black guna, the color black denoting locations of low light, dark corners, and a void of spiritual purity. In the Indian context, again, this wasn't really talking about skin color. It differentiated between different tribes based on occupations and geographical locations, and not phenotypical traits. The use of phenotypical traits came with the Greeks, while Brahmin priests would write about how and why certain occupations must be discriminated against to avoid spiritual pollution in order to keep the oppressed in their place, to generate wealth for the temple-centric systems in which they existed. The Greek travelers in India, on the other hand, would hyper-focus on phenotypical traits. They'd write about the Adivasi communities as subhuman with black skin and oversized genitalia. There was this grotesque exoticization of the other in the ancient European world. The lineages of Jatis, referred to as Shudra, were assigned the task of being servants, born into servitude in order to carry out menial tasks for the rest of society. The children of Shudra parents were locked into their assigned Varna, and it was assumed that their role in life was to serve those considered more holy than they were, in hopes of being born into a privileged caste in their next life. Verse 9, passage 334 and 335 from the Manusmriti say, "For the Shudra, the highest duty conducive to his best welfare is to attend upon such Brahmana householders as are learned in the Vedas and famous. If he is pure, attendant upon his superiors, of gentle speech, free from pride, and always dependent upon the Brahmana, he attains a higher caste."
उसके मुख से ब्राह्मण पैदा हुआ, ठीक है? बाहु राजन यहाँ, बाहु से क्षत्रिय, ऊरू तदस्य जनवैश्याः, वेद सब यहाँ ये जो स्थान है ना, यहाँ से वैश्य पैदा हुआ, पदभ्याम शूद्रो अजायत, पैरों से शूद्र अजायत माने पैदा हुआ, ठीक है? वेद कहें, जो हमारी वेद माता है वही सृष्टि का विधान वही बताती है, ठीक है? तो शास्त्र की दृष्टि से जो देखा जाएगा वही ठीक होगा और कोई ठीक नहीं होगा। मुझे अधिकार नहीं है, वैसे शूद्र को अधिकार नहीं है। हमारे ईश्वर ने बनाया, उसी ने शूद्र बनाया, उसी ने ब्राह्मण बनाया, उसी ने क्षत्रिय बनाया, उसी ने विधान बनाया। उसने कहा कि देखो ये काम इसको करना है, ये काम इसको करना है। कई ऐसे काम हैं
जो हम पढ़कर कर सकते हैं।
ऐसा नहीं हम ये तो हमारी थ्योरी नहीं है, हमारी कई जन्मों की थ्योरी है। शूद्र जाति मिली क्यों, स्त्री जाति मिली क्यों, काला रंग हुआ क्यों, गोरा रंग हुआ क्यों, ये सब हमारे यहाँ जन्म जन्मांतर के कर्मों का फल है।
Now that's bleak already. So imagine the situation for those considered outside that Varna system. Entire lineages of jatis who existed outside the Varna system were considered too polluting to even touch. In the case of Kerala, they were considered so polluting that they could not even be seen. They were barred from using main roads because there was a chance that a Brahmin might need to use it to walk to the temple, a chance that a Brahmin might have to gaze upon their bodies. Varna is not the same as class, but as Dr. Ambedkar puts it, it can be understood as an artificially enclosed class, under which thousands of different jatis or lineages are slotted. Class and caste are different, but very interconnected concepts. Ignoring caste as an important intersection and only talking about class is like ignoring the intersection of whiteness in America when talking about class. Without a historical understanding or even an acceptance of intentional systems of oppression that set back some communities while catapulting others to immense wealth and power, economic reforms alone will not truly erase inequalities.
Hello, this is Rahul from Mumbai. This man, he doesn't know what he's talking about, yeah? He's full propaganda only, left Marxist propaganda only.
But how did the concepts of Varna, untouchability, and purity based on occupations even come about? Historians suggest that during the Vedic age between 1750 BCE and 500 BCE, the Varna system was still in its embryonic phase and not yet rigid. However, as societies shifted from pastoralism to agriculture, paranoia and fear around the control of newfound territories and the resources that came with them became the new problems for those in power to contend with. Conquest, hunting, and settling also brought about new diseases. Diseases like leprosy, for instance, was much more common in the ancient world and incredibly terrifying. With no answer in sight to cure diseases like leprosy, with medicines proposed by renowned scholars and priests, the ancient world likened the mysterious illness to a form of punishment for the actions of a human being in a previous life or due to some dishonest action in the current one. This was how the primal paranoia of keeping oneself clean and pure came about. The fear of becoming polluted or corrupted by another human being is reflected in every ancient culture we know and is not unique to Hinduism. In ancient Jerusalem as well, people did not really know what to make of a disease like leprosy, attributing it to a curse or a punishment for slander. We know today that 95% of the world is immune to leprosy, but in the void of understanding, we tend to reach for the supernatural even now. In the Torah and the Old Testament, Leviticus 13 to 14, verses 45 and 46 say, "The leprous person who has the disease shall wear torn clothes and let the hair of his head hang loose, and he shall cover his upper lip and cry out, 'Unclean, unclean.'" 46 says, "He shall remain unclean as long as he has the disease. He is unclean. He shall live alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp." The word jati can be understood as lineage or bloodline. As society stratified over time, kingdoms would assign different work to different jatis. Under the Varna system, every lineage had its specific use, and jatis who were engaged in occupations like hunting, leather work, butchery, and dealing with corpses would have been more exposed to dealing with diseases transmitted through bacteria and viruses. The ruling classes were shielded from the labor and toil of the marginalized, but might have noticed that certain diseases may have seemed more prominent or widespread among the working classes and certain occupations, who they already would have found gross because rich people be rich people. That combined with the growing paranoia around ritual purity and how impure elements might impact one's death and rebirth might have led priests to create these stratified systems. To counter ailments and curses that befell society, every religion had some form of ritual cleansing or ritual to appease the gods. This might surprise some of you, but ancient Brahminical texts list out 5 creatures fit for sacrificial slaughter: man, horse, cow, sheep, and goat. Now is a good time to bring awareness to any Eurocentric Orientalist lens we might have on at these historical facts. Unfortunately, it is still common to see people unironically use practices by ancient Orthodox communities to justify slavery and colonialism by Europeans in the present day global south. As we will discuss in further detail later, the British had no interest in bettering Indian society or civilizing it, as the delusion of the white man's burden might suggest, because the goal of the East India Company was to use India like a mine for resources. Like I mentioned before, this was not unique to this part of the world at the time. Sacrifice was prevalent among Germanic, Greek, Roman, Celtic, and other European populations as well. An example of this being the Greek ritual of pharmakos, in which a disabled person, criminal, slave, or anyone deemed outcast by society was thrown off a cliff or burned alive in major cities like Athens to prevent disasters. A more recent example of ritual slaughter in the Western world would be the witch trials in colonial Massachusetts and Europe, which Western chauvinists tend to leave out when talking about the need to civilize cultures of the global south. Remember, no culture or religion is a monolith. Furthermore, the reason why many current day Hindus don't even know about these ancient Vedic sacrifices or might be offended and shocked about them is because the same sacrifices were denounced by prominent voices within their communities themselves and other Indians, not by some mythical European savior. For instance, the later versions of the Satapatha Brahmana themselves denounced the once popular Ashwamedha ritual, the slaughter of horses. Other texts saw a replacement of animal parts with plants, ghee, and so on. And those revisions and rebuttals to older practices were also written by other Brahmins and not Christian saviors from Europe. And sometime in the 5th century BCE, Buddhism was founded as a direct response to the early Brahminical sacrifices of the Vedic age and the early Varna system that had formed in North India. It was only later in the Hindu epic, the Mahabharata, after Buddhism had become the popular religion, that Brahminical writers spoke about not slaughtering cows. This is something that Hindu nationalists prefer to avoid talking about today or deny, but that's because I think fascists don't like to read. The Brahmin priests, who were seen as pure leaders of ritual and closer to heaven and godhood than any other, had concentrated the power of meaning over generations. However, the reality was they were just the same as anybody else. With the same flaws, there was no difference between a Brahmin and a hunter. Just as the hunter might jealously guard his favorite knife, so did the Brahmin guard his power over society and meaning. In a paranoid world of disease, death, and uncertainty, fueled by wars over resources, people were pushed to stay within the margins drawn around them. Otherwise, those in power felt like they'd lose control and everything would collapse. The marginalized must stay marginalized so that society may continue to function, or such was the reason. Therefore, it is advantageous for such an immoral, cruel society if some people did not marry outside their communities, and if literacy and the ability to read and write were guarded. As with patriarchal systems in all our histories that necessitate the control of purity of blood and possession of land and generational wealth, women from all castes were subject to marginalization. This is the material and historical background that one must keep in mind when looking at a text like the Manusmriti. The text was a compilation of codes of law said to have been written by a king called Manu. They were originally taught from Brahmin teacher to Brahmin student via oral tradition. The word Smriti literally meaning what is heard. It was one of the many legal texts of the Dharma Shastras. In her critical analysis of the Manusmriti, Satarupa Sarkar mentions that there are massive inconsistencies, like how in earlier verses 3.55 to 3.62 seem to glorify the role of women, but the later verses of 9.3 to 9.17 do the exact opposite. Those later sections today read like an incel's code of law. It is stated in these later sections that all women, regardless of who they were born to, were Shudra, as part of the lowest ranking Varna. No wonder Dr. Ambedkar burned it. We have to keep this in mind when current day Hindu nationalists like Rajiv Malhotra spread misinformation to whitewash how the Varna system entangles the jatis of the land. Instead of sympathizing with the struggles that come about as a result of this hierarchical system, many like him in positions of privilege condemn any critical discussion about Varna and play it off as some kind of anti-Hindu conspiracy. Now that we have a better understanding of Jati and Varna, let's go back to 8th century Kerala. Chinese traders who were familiar with the region north of ancient Kerala noted a widespread segregation of society based on the Chaturvarna system. This contrasts with what many Chinese traders of the time observed in Kerala earlier. In Kerala, travelers from ancient Greece, Arabia, and China often wrote about the diversity of the land and even the existence of fair-skinned Jain communities from the north, darker-skinned natives, and even intermarriages between all these communities. The second coming of Chera dominance in the region came with the ascendancy of the Kulashekara Cheras, a line of Chera kings descended from Konganad Velalas. The Velala communities shared marriage ties with empires like the Chola and were and are a prosperous landowning caste in South India. The new Cheras established Mahodyapuram in modern-day Kodungalur as their new capital. With them, they brought from the north the new cult of Vaishnavites and lots of Brahmin priests. During this time period, from the 8th to the 11th century CE, historians and archaeologists note a significant increase in Brahmin-only settlements, also known as Agraharams. Hundreds of families would live in segregated villages where only Brahmins could walk in or around. These settlements were usually set up along arable lands and rivers, perfect for the activity of rice farming. This period would mark a beginning of the rapid Sanskritization and Brahminization of the people of Kerala. The rise of temple-centric religious culture under Brahminism in the Deccan kingdoms of ancient Karnataka had now spread to Kerala and popularized among the ruling classes. The 8th century saw the birth and life of Adi Shankara, who was an incredibly influential Nambudiri Brahmin, who co-opted the ideas of Buddhism to create his own Advaita Vedanta, essentially an orthodox school of Brahmanism. In fact, the influences of Buddhism were so obvious that other Brahmins from Tamil Nadu later criticized Adi Shankara for being a crypto-Buddhist. Advaita Vedanta is a non-dualistic school of Brahmanism that proposed the supremacy of the Vedas, including more recent works like the Manusmriti. He believed that Brahman, the creator god, not to be confused with Brahmin, was everywhere, in everything. It proposed that humans were also Brahman. Adi Shankara would travel far and wide debating Buddhist and Jain scholars in order to argue his case for the Brahminical worldview. Debates were incredibly popular in all parts of ancient India, and it's very easy to find accounts of kingdoms who prided themselves on debate culture. But as we know from even today's debate culture on the internet, they're not always constructive. It's more entertainment and blood sport than anything. Although this new line of Vaishnavite Chera kings left inscriptions explicitly calling for religious tolerance, it doesn't seem to have been enough to keep the Buddhist traditions alive. It might have been indicative of tensions that had been brewing between the Buddhists and the Brahminical fold. The Buddhists, who had intertwined themselves with the tribal culture of Kerala, posed a problem for the Brahminical Advaita Vedanta Bhakti movement. In order for various chieftains and kings of the time to achieve a higher status. They saw that attaining the approval of the priestly class of Brahmins was the way to go. Many ancient temples that are considered as Hindu today used to be Buddhist viharas and Jain temples. Archaeologists regularly fish out broken statues of the Buddha from lakes and ponds. In some cases, statues had been carved into lingams or other structures and worshipped as yakshi or a type of forest spirit. According to the Nambudiri Brahmins, the land of Kerala was a land of snakes and demons, referring to the indigenous gods and people as beneath them and subhuman. Therefore, in Kerala, everyone who wasn't a Brahmin was considered Shudra and untouchable, all impure according to Brahmanism. They even viewed the existing Shera chieftains as impure and untouchable as well, and not true Kshatriya, which was very different from the case of North India. All the inhabitants were considered an Aryan, an Avarn. So how did the Nambudiri Brahmin community exert their influence over the land, over a population they believed to be so polluting and disgusting? Allow me to introduce you to the Hiranyagarbha ceremony. This was a Vedic ritual that allowed a king to upgrade their Varna status in exchange for their weight in gold. The Nambudiri Brahmins would order for the construction of a gold statue of a bell or a bull, inside of which the king or chieftain would be required to sit. After the ritual was complete, the king would emerge from the construct and become Kshatriya, or twice born. They're actually Samandan Kshatriya, the Sanskrit term for Kshatriya adjacent, not really Kshatriya, since their lineage technically was outside the Varna system still. After this ritual, some of these kings would then be able to be in the same room as the Brahmin priests and have a meal with them. They still could not touch physically, but they could be in the same room. This is why only a fraction of the Nair population at the time were considered Samandan Kshatriya, linked to the bloodlines of chiefs and kings.
I'll be honest, I'm a bit lost right now in the caste, you know,
in Malayalam, and
in this
Illuminati
caste system
were
video.
examples of privileged caste Nair populations who benefited from Hiranyagarbha rituals and colluding with Brahminical landlords. The Zamarin of Calicut shared a similar status to the Kiredil Nair. The rest of the Nair communities would share a similar status to landless tenants who had a slightly higher social position as the Arava. This table illustrates some of the traditional occupations of these Nair, and you can see here how class operates within caste as well. This is why I can't help but cringe when people online try to monolithize Nairs and other communities into a homogeneous group who are all equally guilty of some kind of caste-based atrocity or violence. It's simply not true, and unfortunately also an indication of our lack of attention to nuance as a community, and shows how hypocritical we can be in jumping to simplify someone else's identity and invalidating their work based on the community they may have been born into with no decision of their own. The now dominant Nambudiri Brahmin community dictated social norms. Sanskrit, the language of the Vedas, was only taught to the Brahmins, and even within the Brahmin families, only the eldest Brahmin son was allowed to learn certain Sanskrit chants. Since the new Cheras had bought into the supremacy of the Brahmins, they forfeit their lands to the temples. The lands of the people were also forfeit, and Kerala became what is known as the Devaswam, meaning God's land. The vast swaths of cultivable lands for paddy now belonged to the Brahmin temples. The Chera kings allowed for the assembly of temple committees, which function like agrarian corporations, managed by a council of Urilar of Nambudiri Brahmin priests. However, these corporations also enjoyed political autonomy and could take part in local administration. These committees also acted as accountants and were in charge of temple revenue. They served as an agency for more efficient extraction of surplus from the population. It also contributed to the extension of agriculture to tribal lands and the consolidation of landlord domination. The
I think that's
temples
probably what
also
I told.
belonged to the Nambudiri Brahmins.
Alright,
and the
I'm like a
common
bit lost,
person
dude.
was not allowed.
Oh shit, Olivia's son. Let's go. What the fuck? Okay, let's go.
My husband insists I wear full makeup whenever we're intimate, and I'm not comfortable
Let's
with it.
go.
Too scared for boyfriend to see me without makeup. Very embarrassing question. Am I the only one who's still terrified of my boyfriend seeing me without makeup? I've been with my boyfriend for 7 years. My beautiful sisters or my best friend, or most women I know in general, all look glowing without makeup. I wouldn't think, oh, she looks so weird without makeup, etc., ever about another person. I just see beauty and loveliness. But for me, I believe I look so starkly different without that. I look ugly naturally. When I read these posts, it's hard not to get sad. Women all over the world of all ages are routinely fed the message that they are less beautiful and therefore less valuable in a barefaced state. For all my femme people out there, have you ever gone out not wearing makeup, feeling decent about yourself, until people start to ask you things like, are you okay? You look tired. Are you feeling ill? Instant self-confidence killer. In a 1979 magazine issue, the media personality Dinah Rose said, "One of the many things men don't understand about women is the extent to which our self-esteem depends on how we feel we look at any given moment, and how much we yearn for a compliment at any age. If I had just won the Nobel Peace Prize but felt my hair looked awful, I would not be glowing with self-assurance when I entered the room." 40 years later, not much has changed. In the 2015 New York Times opinion piece titled "The Pressure to Look Good," Jennifer Weiner writes about the constant attention towards a woman's appearance, especially in the digital age. When Tina Fey shows off her Spanx on Letterman, how are you, lady writer, supposed to go on TV ungirdled? When the stylist who gave Kate Middleton those great post-delivery waves is praised in People magazine, how are you, brand new mom, supposed to leave the hospital with your own locks untended? When there are, conservatively speaking, 100,000 YouTube makeup tutorials, how can you leave the house looking anything less than flawless? Think of that recent viral shot of the Macedonian protester using the reflection from a police officer's riot shield to apply her lipstick. Yes, it was funny. Yes, she's a badass. But she's also a woman of her time. One who knows that being out in public means being looked at, and possibly photographed, assessed in a way that men still are not, and maybe never will be. When people tell us beauty is on the inside, and then go get Botox, it's hard not to experience some cognitive dissonance. I have been repeatedly frustrated about the amount of times I've wasted trying to get my eyeliner to look even, or to even have to spend time doing my makeup at all. I could have slept an extra 40 minutes if I didn't feel
40
the need to
minutes?
do makeup to
Fuck,
go
that's
out.
crazy.
And that time seriously matters as a university student working multiple jobs. When I did my makeup routine in my Q&A video, I can't lie, I was nervous about putting my bare makeupless face on the internet. Because when Sneeko watches your video in a live stream and says, all women know how to do is look cute in front of a camera, that sticks with you. But at the same time, many people online have a resistance towards labeling makeup as oppressive. When we see a cool makeup look, it truly is an art form, and often it's a mix of artistic and scientific knowledge. Just as how a painter knows how to use shadows and highlights and colors to make something beautiful, so does the makeup artist. They also know which ingredients last longer together and which don't, what the optimal order of product is to get an indestructible base. Makeup seems awesome here. I remember a while ago now seeing this trending video of a woman on a podcast talking about how makeup is oppressive, and she was flamed by comments and reactions calling her a pick-me.
This is probably not going to be relatable at all, but I am so immensely, ferociously, explainably anti-makeup. And yes, I'm wearing mascara. I'm against makeup. Makeup is capitalizing on women's insecurities when it's something that they can easily fix.
But I think it's also like a really good outlet for artistic people to like kind of showcase their art.
I agree, but how many people are actually using makeup to showcase their art rather than hide an insecurity?
That's also true.
The thought seems
Shut
to
the
be,
fuck
what's
up.
so wrong with makeup? I enjoy makeup. I do it for myself. Makeup is about self-expression. It gives us confidence, which if this is true for you, amazing, so happy for you. But for others, like myself, the comments the woman made in the video may not feel far off. Makeup may be something that feels restricting rather than liberating. After all, if makeup was purely a tool of self-expression and identity formation, why are people worried about 10-year-olds at Sephora buying Tarte concealer and Fenty contour sticks? Why care about the kids doing full-faced get-ready-for-me's to elementary school? In this 1997 study, which interviewed women as to why they wore makeup to work, the respondents felt that women who do not wear makeup do not appear to be 1. Healthy, 2. Heterosexual, or 3, credible. So what is the harm happening here? This video is ultimately about navigating this paradox of makeup. How can something feel so essential to identity formation and self-confidence, yet also cause insecurity and oppression? A few disclaimers before we move on. When me and others ask the question, is makeup oppressive? The question is a bit misleading, but it's catchier and easier to say. But an inanimate object like my eyeliner or my eyeshadow cannot actually do any oppressing. Rather, it is about why and how people use makeup and the dynamics that mediate makeup usage. In other words, is makeup a tool of oppression? And if yes, can makeup ever exist separately from oppression? Spoiler alert, I'm going to be arguing yes to both questions. Makeup is a tool of oppression, but that doesn't mean people aren't using makeup in ways that combat its oppressive context. This is an important clarification to make because to say it's the makeup itself that's oppressive, like this thing right here, seems to be a cop-out. It lets people say, oh, just stop wearing makeup and you'll be free. They can put the blame on the individual who buys this oppressive product. It's your fault for being insecure and reliant on concealer. By narrowly thinking of oppression as existing between objects and individuals, it misses all of the context around it. Because what's a girl gonna do when she does ditch her eyeliner and concealer? She goes au naturel, only to hear comments from men like the ones mentioned in this Reddit post. If you aren't pretty without makeup, you aren't pretty. And 90% of the time, a comment on Reddit like this is not some super progressive guy trying to say, and if you aren't pretty, who cares? Attractiveness should not define you. Most of the time, the implied message is that you better have won the genetic white cis able-bodied lottery that aligns with societal beauty standards, or else you are a less valuable woman. As we'll see in the history of makeup, this thought process comes from a long history of makeup being seen as deceptive and immoral. Second disclaimer, this video is not going to be giving one universal answer to
actually, you know
how
what, maybe I
oppressive
should cut it like
makeup is.
that.
Everyone has a unique relationship
Let's
with
go.
makeup dependent on their
Let's
social
go.
identity and their personal history. I spoke with Dr. Kate Main, a philosophy professor at Cornell University, for this video, who you'll hear from in other parts, and she's here to echo this sentiment.
We need to be careful about universalizing here, so it's a really common impulse that philosophers have to try to universalize from our own experience or from the experience of people who have similar kinds of relationships to technologies and tools that we're talking about here. I think there are people for whom makeup really is self-expression, and I think people have very different relationships with it. I mean, someone who really enjoys playing with color palettes or who wants to do something that like feels to them dramatic or unexpected or artistic, like that's obviously a very different thing than this example I'm using of wanting your eyebrows to look like a little bit more just neat and tidy and professional.
Though I try to be inclusive, I will miss some perspectives because I only have my lived experience. For instance, I am aware of the shortage of queer, disabled, and non-American perspectives in this video. I tried to reach out to a bunch of interviewees, but my inbox came back pretty empty, so please feel free to educate me and others in the comments below. Lastly, this video is a philosophical and historical analysis, not a moral superiority thing. I'm wearing makeup, so clearly I'm not going to say anyone is a failing feminist for also using makeup. I myself struggle with feelings of being a hypocrite. I know makeup's role in a racist, patriarchal, fatphobic industry, but I still feel compelled to wear it.
Dude,
I have
feel like I'm
gotten a lot
doing
more
fucking speed
comfortable
run
with
again,
my
bro.
bare face in the past years, but it's still something that I'm working on. Lucky news for me though, and anyone else feels like a hypocrite, that is just how oppression works. The defining feature of oppression is that no matter what you do, you will face some negative effect.
When you're a member of an oppressed group and you're in an oppressive double bind, no matter what you do in the toy situation, you're going to end up to some degree reinforcing your own oppression.
This is Dr. Sukaina Hirji, who wrote this paper called Oppressive Double Binds. When I read her paper, I found it to be an important expansion on Marilyn Frye's famous definition of oppression from 1983. If we're going to explore whether makeup is a tool of oppression or not, we better get clear on what oppression is.
Free our sisters! Free ourselves! Free our sisters! Free ourselves!
There are many things in life that cause us hardship and suffering, but Marilyn Frye recognizes that hardship and suffering are not synonymous with oppression. I can suffer a really bad injury, but that's not a sign of being oppressed. I can also take pleasure in things that oppress me, and in fact, that seems to be when oppression is most pernicious, when we don't even realize it.
Why don't you like it?
I'd rather be the way I am. I like to be under my husband's thumb.
While bad feelings tend to accompany many experiences of oppression, oppression is defined by how our autonomy is limited by structurally related barriers that benefit some at the expense of others. Oppression creates a distinct kind of dilemma.
Part of how oppression works, I think, is to kind of co-opt our agency in the service of oppression. If you're a member of an oppressed group, your own sort of like prudential goods, so your ability to kind of like succeed or survive or flourish in the system, is kind of bound up with your resistance to oppression. So there's no sort of easy way to separate your resisting oppression from your ability to kind of survive or succeed or have access to certain kinds of prudential goods. In order to get access to those goods, you have to kind of cooperate within the oppressive system, but by doing that, you're kind of reinforcing the system that's controlling your access to these goods. But then on the flip side, if you try to resist the system, chances are you're going to face some kind of penalty or punishment, and that's going to be kind of set back to your ability to survive or succeed in the system. And I think that in itself is a kind of setback to the goal of resisting oppression. So even in a circumstance where you're doing, you're acting with the goal of resisting your own oppression, I think there's also, to some degree, a way in which the kinds of costs or penalties that you're paying are kind of a way for the oppressive system to win to some degree.
So oppression puts people in a double bind. There is something necessarily self-undermining about the character of the choice available to an agent. Whatever they do, they are forced to act against themselves, becoming a mechanism in their own oppression. Due to oppression's systematic nature, it can only be observed if we zoom out to a big picture. Marilyn Fry compares the double bind of oppression to being stuck in a bird cage. From a microscopic viewpoint, it appears the bird can easily fly around each individual bar, but only a macroscopic viewpoint reveals how the interrelatedness of the bars leave no means to escape. No matter what the bird does, it's trapped in its cage.
I feel like there's some individual like forcing you to do a particular thing or manipulating you or threatening you into doing it. Often, like, this stuff is happening at the level of structures. Nobody actually needs to be telling us what to do or not to do. But there's a way in which, even though we're free to kind of make any of the choices that are available to us, the ways in which those choices are structured is kind of systematically limiting. Actually, it's a mistake to think that we should be so hard on ourselves or other people making these kinds of choices when the choices, I think, are really fraught and difficult. And instead, I think what we need to be doing is thinking about kind of building solidarity and sort of engaging in collective action.
So, does makeup put people in this double bind? Let's dive into a history of makeup to find out.
Her eyes are beautiful. She uses Maybelline.
And your eyes, too, can be beautiful when you use Maybelline.
In this section, I'm going to refer a lot to Hope in a Jar, written by Kathy Pice, a historian, which is an American history of makeup, so just keep that in mind. I highly recommend reading this book yourself if you're interested, because there is a lot of detail I won't cover in this video. Let's place ourselves in the shoes of society centuries ago. POV, it's the 1600s, and there is no such thing as makeup. Instead, it's called paint. Because people who paint their faces are deceitful, sexually corrupt
thank God.
Be damned forever, you wretch! How dare you disobey God and change the face he created, and try to lure innocent men into your sexiness. When Darwinian evolutionary theory was popping off, Darwinians argued that makeup, aka paint, hindered evolutionary progress.
I think you gotta
Since men
Claire
choose
with that.
mates based on visual attraction, wearing makeup would mess up natural selection. Of course, if this is how it was for white women, it was even worse for black women in America. White women wearing paint was sinful, but they had the choice still of whether to wear it or not. And paint was made with white beauty in mind, meaning don't expect too much from the foundation range back then. People also used the fear and hatred of blackness to try to stop white women from using paint. An old etiquette book, for example, warned that the use of tinted lip salve gave the mouth a, quote, shriveled purplish look of a sick, derogatory term. Beauty was, and definitely continues to be, used as a symbol of social status, and the white women wanted to keep that hierarchy in place. Black slaves who would try to use beauty products would be severely punished. Delia Garlick, an enslaved woman, recalled being beat unconscious by her mistress for wearing some eyeshadow. Quote, "For this southern mistress, fashionability, including the use of beauty preparations, underscored the class and racial hierarchy of the plantation. pigmentation. Already, we can see makeup playing a paradoxical role for black women and racial minorities in general. Using makeup challenged white supremacy's dehumanization of them, since they recognized the political significance of their appearance. Beautifying themselves was a claim towards being recognized as a human being, and, if relevant, a woman. However, Harriet Jacobs, who was herself enslaved and sexually abused, shared that physical beauty contained a cruel irony, for it inflamed white men's sexual abuse of black women. Today, makeup sales are driven primarily by advertising, but the beginnings of makeup business were a lot different. When women who wanted to work were not allowed into almost every field of employment, some of them turned to selling beauty products. A good chunk of these women were racialized immigrant women, but since racialized immigrant women were not allowed to produce ads in the newspaper, they relied on local marketing strategies such as word of mouth, visiting people door to door, giving their customers advice in their salons. Businesswomen used popular narratives of womanhood, female bonding, and called their customers friends and sisters. Quote, reversing the Victorian logic that made appearance a function of character, they claimed that beautifying was a moral necessity that honored God's handiwork and nature's laws. Susanna Cockcroft, who wrote that beauty was a duty, urged, don't be ashamed of your desire for beauty. At the end of the 19th century, the term paint was replaced by makeup. This shift in language indicated that drawing and coloring our faces was not a costume-like cover-up. It's just a finishing touch to a woman's daily beauty routine. This leads to a beauty culture that still rings true today. There are never-ending improvements one can make to their appearance. For white wealthy women to expand their market, they focused on erasing social differences. Even though they were obviously prominent, black people were literally being lynched in public. Madame Yale, being one of those white businesswomen, once said, women may be divided into two classes, those who have a good complexion and those who do not. Quote, in the female democracy of manufactured beauty, all could improve their looks, and those who did not only had themselves to blame. We love an apolitical queen. As makeup became more commercial and tried to be apolitical, unlike the white businesswomen, black businesswomen paid extra attention to the politics of makeup and appearance. Madam C.J. Walker and Annie Turnbow Malone, two black female entrepreneurs, refused to sell skin bleaches and never spoke of hair straightening as an aspect of their beauty systems. For marginalized communities, beauty culture was a chance to achieve personal dignity and collective advancement. They put the money earned from sales back into black churches, black schools, and communities and neighborhoods. Salons became a special place for black women to bond and learn and share. In this woman-dominated culture, a lot of women started to use makeup because it was fun to experiment on themselves. They would buy makeup products based off of socializing with friends. There was sensory delight in different colors and smells. And doing makeup was also a private ritual just for themselves. Entering the 20th century, mass marketing comes along. RIP to all the businesswomen and their local marketing strategies. They were cooked the moment men were like,
wow, this makeup stuff is getting popular. All right, ladies, we can take it from here. Let's do mass production, mass distribution, market and advertise everywhere.
And all these women who were historically excluded from advertising and business ownership, especially racialized immigrant women, were kicked out from the sector. By the 1920s, cosmetic firms were led primarily by white men. Women lost ownership of the beauty industry. Now, of course, the 19th century businesswomen cared about profit, but the new mass market made profit more important than ever. The problem, though, most of the cosmetic companies sold the exact same product, same formulas and everything. So what did they do to stand out? They invented better products. I'm kidding. They just packaged them differently. Marketing was crucial. By 1930, women could choose from a bewildering array of 3,000 face powders and several hundred rouges. Another way to maximize profit and get women to buy more was to create false needs. In the 1920s and 1930s, manufacturers and consumers increasingly understood the face as a fashion piece. And fashion is constantly changing. So now that your face is a style that changes based on fashion trends, manufacturers had a convincing reason to introduce new products every season. Forget your old lipstick that still functions perfectly and is only half used. You need this new lipstick shade because your face will be outdated if you don't. Yay to feeling insecure every few months. These advertisers are smart as hell. They always seem to be one step ahead of us cheap consumers. See, they knew Americans loved their land of free individuals. So advertisers tied makeup to free individual self-expression, which is still a common way of thinking about makeup. There was the Armand Find Yourself campaign in 1929, which listed different aesthetic categories, or as kids today like to say, different corps. We have bloke corps, ballet corps, and cottage corps. They had Cleopatra corps, Cherie corps, Mona Lisa corps. Actually, those are more fashion related, so maybe the more accurate parallels are clean girl makeup, siren eyes, girl next door. I can't think of anything else, but there's tons. Aesthetic categories became more and more prominent in the 50s and 60s when the market was booming for the baby boomers. Brands started to associate themselves with certain types of women. Revlon was known as the brand of the sensual women who only went out at night. CoverGirl deliberately marketed itself in opposition to Revlon as the daytime wholesome makeup so that teenagers could also use it. Because of America's diverse population, they also released face types, which turned ethnicities into aesthetics. Today, we've got the same thing, just repackaged with different words. Or we got people saying, I love Latina makeup, I love this style, I'm going to wear it, without knowing how it came from working class Latina women. Advice writer Helen McFadden once wrote, "It is quite possible here in the United States to join a Nordic skin to Italian hair and eyes, to color an English skin with a warmth of Spanish, Jewish, or Russian blood." Modern day translation of this would be like, it is quite possible here in the United States to look like the Kardashians, who have just mixed a bunch of ethnicities together so that you can't really tell where they come from. Even the names of theatrical music used ethnic signifiers, such as Stein's Mexicola Rouge. I don't think I have to explain much as to why reducing ethnicities to aesthetics that anyone can replicate through consumerism is problematic. Advertisers also drew upon another beloved American value, self-improvement to achieve the American dream. They started using psychology and therapy language to claim that a woman's external appearance is a direct reflection of their inner state. If a woman stopped trying new makeup, she was said to be destroying her inner potential to be different selves. Quote, "Those who are conscious of their poor appearance suffered from an inferiority complex," one psychiatrist judged, but help was literally at hand, industry spokesman Everett McDonald promised, for many a neurotic case has been cured with the deft application of a lipstick. In little more than a decade, an aesthetic of women's freedom and modernity had narrowed and turned in upon itself. Vogue could claim without irony that bright fingernails offered a minor adventure, and a facial doesn't stop at giving you a new face. It gives you a whole new point of view on life. What had once been seen as women's vices, vanity, deceit, desire, were now signs of a normal mind. Beauty manuals and women's magazines urged women to encourage narcissism in their daughters, to make them care about their looks. The paradox of makeup is becoming more and more clear. Makeup began as a place of economic livelihood, individuality, and community for women. It gave women control over their identity, and especially for Black women, it let them feel dignified in a world that denied them humanity. But over time, makeup ended in binding feminine identity to manufactured beauty, self-portrayal to acts of consumption. You could not be perceived as properly feminine without buying makeup and adhering to racist patriarchal beauty standards. The spread of film and photography also made women more self-aware. They could spectate others' most intimate moments and then would begin to spectate themselves. Close-up photography gave the ability to expose new flaws. Men who once deemed makeup a horrible sin were now looking at women differently. They began to decide what was attractive based on film and media. They would pick partners based on their resemblance to a famous actress. When World War II rolled around, makeup consumption became even more crucial to preserving a feminine identity. As more women took on traditionally masculine jobs, they faced greater societal pressure to maintain traditional femininity through makeup.
Powder and lipstick are enough. Follow the natural shape of your lips.
For example, Tangy, which appeared in major women's magazines in 1943 and 1944, claimed that lipstick was essential during wartime. To wear lipstick was to successfully keep your femininity, even though you are doing man's work. The All-American Girls Professional Baseball League during the war ordered the female athletes to take makeup lessons and to appear ladylike on the field. Psychiatrists expressed the importance of cosmetics in countering fatigue, improving morale, and increasing productivity. I can't find the exact quote in my notes now, but the cosmetics entrepreneur Helena Rubinstein said that there are no ugly women, only those who are lazy and those who put in effort. Well, I'd put in the effort, I guess, but I sure am not buying your products. Selling creams for $700 or $800 I'd rather be considered lazy. One of the respondents from this 1997 study I mentioned earlier, named Magda, said her husband interacts better with women whose appearance is pleasing to look at. She tells the story of them going out for dinner with a young woman that her husband had just hired for his company. Quote, I told him she was fabulous. I said she's witty, she's intelligent, and she could do those things you don't want to do. He goes, yeah, but she doesn't try to maintain herself. And I said, what do you mean? Does she fight? Is she aggressive? He said, her appearance. Didn't you see how she was just so simple? Then when Magda asks him, do you think women have to be pretty to be competent employees? He says, Magda, it has nothing to do with beauty. It has to do with just the effort they make to look good. It's the effort. Yeah, I know. She puts in tons of effort into the actual job tasks I give her, and she's highly intelligent and organized and all that, but come on, a little color on her cheeks wouldn't hurt anyone. Does this line of reasoning sound familiar to anyone? Just me? Okay. The cosmetics industry did try to sell to men as well, but makeup was so tied up with notions of femininity that the straighty men refused. Queer men were obviously a different story, but they had to engage with makeup discreetly, and they were not the target audience for these advertisers. Eventually, in the post-World War II era, advertising companies worked hard to create cosmetics that would reinforce masculine stereotypes so that men would buy them and still feel like real men. A big focus was convincing men that cosmetics actually enhanced their hetero sex appeal, which unfortunately came with harmful messages of domination. Quote, in much of this marketing to men, the need to counter effeminacy turned romance into sexual aggression and violence. In television commercials, using clips from the James Bond movie Thunderball, an announcer intoned, when you use 007, be kind, careful, it's loaded, and licensed to kill women. The makeup industry and its marketing campaigns left a damaging impact on femme people's self-esteem, and they were sending contradictory messages. Using makeup was necessary to become feminine, but also we demand you use makeup to preserve the femininity that is already naturally there. This allowed makeup to become naturalized. Advertising was training the eye to perceive makeup as a natural feature of women's faces. Like, it will never not be funny when straight dudes say they prefer women who don't cake their faces with makeup, and they like their women natural, only to pull up a picture of a woman with a full face of makeup on. By the mid-60s, teenage girls who comprised 11% of the population bought nearly 1/4 of all cosmetics and beauty preparation. Makeup became an integral part of womanhood. Now, if you're wondering where the hell the critics of all this were, they were there, but they were mostly black women. So, naturally, the criticism didn't make it mainstream. It was only until the end of the 1960s that the counterculture movement against makeup really took off. Quote, the counterculture promoted an ideal of the natural body, evident in men growing long hair and beards, and women rejecting makeup. The natural body was considered authentic, real, erotic, and beautiful, a challenge to the artifice and repression of post-war society.
Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips?
Animated by the counterculture and the example of black women activists, young white feminists mounted an attack on beauty ideals in the beauty industry. Tellingly, the first public action of the women's liberation movement was a demonstration in 1968 against the Miss America beauty pageant. Protesting women's enslavement to commercial beauty standards, 100 feminists filled a trash can with makeup, curlers, hairspray, bras, and other beauty aids, and crowned a live sheep America's beauty queen. Second wave feminism heavily criticized makeup
that's
as
fucking
a
hilarious,
representation
actually.
of
That's
harmful
actually fucking
consumer
funny.
culture and patriarchy.
That's actually
Bear
so
with me,
funny.
because I'm about to read a long passage, but I'm a sucker for well-written prose. Dana Densmore, who was a math professor and an activist, wrote in her chapter on the temptation to be a beautiful object. Many of us are scarred by attempts as teenagers to win the promised glamour from cosmetics. How often the date sat below while the girl in anguish and despair, tinged with self-loathing, applies and wipes away the magical products that, despite their magic, are helpless against her horrifying plainness. Then, as we grew older and better looking, our faces more mature, and our handling of cosmetics more mature, there are times when nature and artifice combine to make us unquestionably beautiful. for a moment. The incredible elation of looking in a mirror, the lighting just right, and seeing not the familiar, plain, troublesome self, but a beautiful object, worthy of worship. Then the lighting changes, or the evening wears on, and the face slips imperceptibly back into plainness, harshness. We must laugh louder because we must make up for the ugliness we suddenly found, or we crawl back into ourselves in an agony of humiliated self-consciousness. How can anyone take a mannequin seriously? I chose this passage because it highlights some of the common themes in second wave feminism's critique of the makeup industry. First, there's the use of concepts like object versus subject, which may be borrowing language from a post-Hegelian existentialism popping world. Simone de Beauvoir, a feminist existentialist, wrote about how women have been socialized to view their body not as an instrument of their radical freedom, but as an object destined for another. Knowing we are judged as objects, we view ourselves as objects. We become narcissistic. We now want to escape our radical freedom and freeze ourselves as a finished art project. For instance, the wrinkle creams, Botox, and powders are to stop the aging process, are ways for us to escape the scary fact that we are free and changing subjects. But that is inauthentic to Beauvoir and to many of those feminists. Secondly, there's a way in which the second wave feminist criticism sounds similar to Plato's criticism of art. Yeah, Plato, that ancient Greek guy. Plato thought that artists could only ever imitate an imitation of reality. For example, in the Platonic worldview, there is the abstract form of beauty. Then there is a physical flower, which is an imitation of that abstract form of beauty. And then there's the drawing of that flower, which is imitating an imitation. Similarly with makeup, some women activists have argued that to put makeup on, trying to replicate an image of some ideal beautiful woman, is to remove ourselves from reality. That picture of the flawless woman we see is already an imitation of real life. And now we are trying to copy that imitation with makeup. Feminist branches of philosophy also developed and criticized the makeup industry. Sandra Bartke put a feminist lens on Marxism and psychoanalysis to argue that sexual objectification was a form of gendered self-estrangement, just as how capitalist production produced self-estranged workers. On the one hand, the femme person is defined by her body, or her mere body parts, as the corn industry teaches us to do. On the other hand, she must always be removed from her body, thinking about how it is flawed, how it can be better. She must identify solely as her body or her body parts, and she must identify solely with her ideal potential body. This leads femme people to become infatuated with their physical flaws, to the point where we enjoy discussing our insecurities, how to improve them, spending tons of money and effort on fixing them. And if you don't admit your flaws, you might be shamed for it.
Dude,
I
who the
hate
fuck
my
is reaching
thighs.
out?
I'll take your thighs and raise you a chin.
I'll take your chin and raise you a What? Oh, come on.
I happen to love the way I look. You should. You paid enough for it.
As such, the counterculture movement emphasized that aesthetics are political. People advocated for little to no makeup usage. As a black person, straightening your hair or dyeing it blonde, it was not just a personal style choice anymore. It was a political message. Malcolm X gave a speech about how straightening black hair was an alienation from one's blackness. But, as usual, the advertisers were smart. They saw this no makeup counterculture and responded accordingly. Several brands changed their packaging to be plain and natural looking and hygienic. They focused their advertising on the scientific benefits of cosmetics. This is organic. Science shows that using this twice a day improves collagen production. So now when critics said the makeup industry objectifies us and exploits our insecurities, the industry could respond with, "No, sweetie, we're just doing objective science. We just want what's best for you." Today, I feel like similar themes of advertising persist, except now we have influencers to tell us the same things too. Makeup consumption has really skyrocketed in the 21st century. As someone who definitely does not have the highest self-confidence, criticizing the makeup industry comes naturally to me. Wearing no makeup until I was 16, and then still wearing very little of it until I was 18, gave me experiences that made me feel like I had to wear makeup to be valuable. It really hurt my self-esteem. Now, unfortunately, hurt self-esteem is not something I could get legal compensation for, but even if I could, traditional personal injury law firms have tons of paperwork, are time-consuming, and are really expensive. That's why the sponsor of today's video is Morgan & Morgan, America's largest
No
injury law
fucking
firm,
way.
with over 1,000 attorneys operating in all 50 states.
Go, Olivia.
That means they have the resources
Get that
to fight
bag.
to get you the best results. Cause look, when you're seriously hurt, the way my self-esteem was, your injury could be worth millions. Unlike most insurance companies, Morgan & Morgan don't settle for lowball offers. They achieved significant verdicts in the past couple of months for victims involved in life-altering car accidents. $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer. $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest insurance offer. There are no upfront costs, no sign-up fees. Their service is absolutely free unless you win. All you have to do to submit the claim is to visit the link in my description and fill out this short form. Know how to protect your rights and take action. If you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions, and you're only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. It's so easy. If this is something you need, you can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/Ollie, found in the description or by scanning the QR code on screen from your phone's camera.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, back to the video. Now, regardless of my personal relationship with makeup, I don't want to universalize from my individual experience. Lots of people feel differently, so now with our historical background, let's get into some analysis.
Makeup is very empowering. Women should celebrate this weapon in their arsenal. Women need to wear makeup to get ahead in life.
It's that women need to that makes me think, have we not progressed at all in the last 60 years?
Quick recap on oppression.
If you're a member of an oppressed group, your own sort of like prudential goods, so your ability to kind of like succeed or survive or flourish in the system, is kind of bound up with your resistance to oppression. So there's no sort of easy way to separate your resisting oppression from your ability to kind of survive or succeed or have access to certain kinds of prudential goods. The oppressive system is kind of controlling your access to certain sorts of goods like success or survival or aspects of your well-being. In order to get access to those goods, you have to kind of cooperate within the oppressive system. But by doing that, you're kind of reinforcing the system that's controlling your access to these goods.
I think makeup definitely seems to put a lot of people in a double bind. The problems with makeup happen at this structural level.
Look, you're entitled to do what you want with your body, it's yours, but I really worry that we're going to effectively feel obligated to do these things, which we shouldn't, because of big beauty, because of oppressive standards, and because of the sheer white supremacy and misogyny and ableism, transphobia, classism, etc. of it all.
For those who feel obligated to use makeup, whether that be to look like a certain beauty ideal, or to avoid social judgment, or to be seen as lovable, the desire to wear makeup is manufactured by oppressive structures, and fulfilling that desire is controlled by those same oppressive structures. So no matter what choice a femme person makes about makeup, any choice will undermine their flourishing in some way, whether big or small.
Every time we buy a product, especially the more expensive it is and the more often it needs replenishing, we are benefiting these incredibly lucrative corporations that are profiting off our collective insecurities. Is this particular idea that I have of myself, for example, as someone who always wears like a bold red lip, is that something that is really me, or is it something that I have been rewarded for?
Makeup is so tied up with patriarchy, capitalism, colorism, ableism, classism, so forth, that even those who genuinely choose to use makeup for self-expression or art may face negative consequences. If a woman or femme person decides to wear makeup in a way that aligns with standards of beauty, she does get the practical good of being recognized as properly feminine or a real woman. She will probably be seen as desirable and a competent employee. However, she gives up the moral good of resisting those exclusionary beauty standards. If she does not wear makeup or wears makeup in ways that are unconventional, she may be insulted or called an improper woman. She is treated as the exception that proves the rule about what women should look like. Kathy, a black woman, explains how she has to choose between excusing racism or sexism in the workplace. Quote, "I have always experienced racism in my life, and I'm more attuned to identify when someone is being racist, and I let the sexism pass. It's more offensive to me for you to be racist than to be sexist. So I do find that because I'm an African American, there are certain things that I need to do because I'm African American. And one of those things is to look professional and all the other good things. She feels she needs to use makeup to follow white standards of femininity to gain some racial justice. She's giving up one cause, being gender justice, for another. Whether a woman or femme person wears makeup or not, it seems to be self-undermining. Moreover, because of the societal context makeup exists in, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to separate the personal from the political. Can an Asian person with monolids like me use double eyelid tape without it signifying the European standard of having double eyelids? Can someone contour their nose to make it look smaller and pointier without it carrying some anti-Semitic baggage surrounding Jewish noses? Probably not. But at the same time, it also sucks not to be able to conform to these standards. We lose out on practical benefits and also chances at self-expression. Remember, there is no perfect choice in oppressive situations. Just because there is a negative political message that can be read from someone's makeup choice does not make them blameworthy. They are still entitled to make the style choices they want.
Self-presentation and what we're told we should look like are not always neatly separable. I mean, is the fact that someone wants to appear a certain way completely separable from what they've been told they should look like? No. But does that mean it's not an authentic expression of self? Not necessarily.
To say something is oppressive or that someone is aligning with oppressive standards is not to automatically shame the individual for the choice they made, because the core of oppression is not having a fully great choice available. I think with so many oppressive structures around us, we can all be more empathetic towards each other's choices. However, it's not all doomed. We can try to make better or worse choices. All choices under oppression undermine our resistance against oppression in some way, but the degree of the undermining can differ. When systems work against your flourishing, your very survival and success can be a net positive act of resistance. Take, for example, a trans woman who is faced with the choice of whether to use makeup or not. If she uses makeup to try to look feminine but doesn't pass as cis, she'll be seen as inauthentic or delusional. If she uses makeup to look feminine and does pass as cis, she gains practical goods, such as avoiding a lot of social punishment, getting jobs without worrying about transphobic employers. She can gain fame as conservative media's trophy wife. But she might also alienate herself from her own trans community, or legitimize the connection between traditional feminine appearance and womanhood. And if the trans woman doesn't care about using makeup to look feminine, she will be seen as her real gender. Quote, because there are multiple intersecting oppressive norms in operation, she does not have a simple choice between cooperation and resistance. There is a sense in which anything she does is a kind of resistance, insofar as simply being a trans woman is a form of resistance in a community that denies womanhood to trans women. Likewise, there is a sense in which anything she does, to some degree, amounts to a kind of cooperation with an oppressive norm.
For me, in making the kind of choice between how much do I want to sort of take certain kinds of penalties or costs, if there's some meaningful resistance possible, I think actually I have a responsibility to kind of like lean more towards the resistance side. So I think about, like, you know, the decision of a trans woman in a very transphobic society, whether she should try and pass as cis. And that's the kind of situation where if, you know, your life is at stake or your bodily security is at stake, I just think there are very, very strong reasons for you to opt for the prudentially most safe or secure option. And I think it's actually a mistake to think in that situation that what the person should do is kind of choose the resistance option. Because again, part of what I want to argue in the paper is that division between resistance and what's prudentially best is not as neat or tidy as some philosophers have made it out.
I hope we're digesting the nuance here, so we can understand that, for example, when Dylan Mulvaney makes a song about girlhood involving traditionally feminine activities, doing her hair, wearing makeup, shopping, and retail therapy, there is no situation in which she could have pleased everyone.
Women just don't want to get out of bed, but fortunately they're able to pick up their meds to make them happy. I don't know what kind of meds we're picking up, but it's cool because by Wednesday we go shopping and we're back, and yay, we're very excited.
The internet gets mad at her for reducing womanhood in this song to superficial stereotypes, but what about girls just want to have fun? Last Friday night, 7 rings. When a trans woman tries to be hyper-feminine to meet your ideal of cis womanhood, she is shamed for never being able to truly know womanhood. she's just cosplaying. But when she was still learning about the norms of femininity and didn't pass as cis, she looked too masculine to be a woman. She was delusional. At this point, there shouldn't be a burden on trans women to ditch makeup and feminine norms the way cis feminists call for, because their existence itself is resistance.
It may come down in the end to questions about, is this really helping me flourish as the kind of social being I am in the world, or is this something that's ultimately costing me more, both in terms of time and beauty labor, and in terms of sheer expense, than I'm willing to pay?
In Gerald Early's paper titled Life with Daughters, Watching the Miss America Pageant, he writes about how his family bonds over watching the Miss America pageant every year, even though he knows the pageant is a patriarchal wet dream in many ways. Yet when Miss Debbie Turner becomes the third black woman to win Miss America, him and his wife knew it was important for the black community. Quote, "It is impossible for blacks not to want to see their black daughters elevated to the platforms where white women are." They understood that because appearance is political, succeeding even within a problematic beauty contest like this was positive. He puts it really well when he says that resisting oppression teaches us about transcending your degradation while learning to live in it and with it. So while resistance should absolutely focus on the oppressive structures themselves and not tear individuals apart, there are also ways that in the meantime individuals can make strides towards dignity within those structures. While important decolonial work is being done on a structural level, many trans Latina activists are also paying attention to smaller acts, such as hosting transgender-led beauty pageants and practicing makeup artistry. As Brenda Del Rio Gonzalez, a trans activist and makeup artist, shares, when we apply makeup, we are healing our shredded souls. They have been shred to pieces by life circumstances. We have lived a path of roses and thorns, and during that path, there are many roadblocks: HIV, substance abuse, immigration inequality, discrimination. All of those things destroy our integrity and our spirits. But like the clowns that are sad, and they paint their faces the same way we paint ourselves to cover our sadness. And then we begin to feel beautiful, and many more doors open up around us. We are now accepted back into society. Traditional feminine makeup has been reappropriated by queer folk in many ways to challenge that very same traditional femininity, rather than reinforce it. I would make a Judith Butler reference here, but I got too lazy to write it. It was like 3 a.m. So makeup has taken on such significant cultural meaning that it can become crucial to identity expression and community preservation for many people. Latina makeup, Chinese makeup, drag makeup, passing down these styles and learning the reasons behind why we wear bold lips or gradient lips is a preservation of culture. It is a sign of our right to flourish. Katie Pice writes about how, despite the racist origins of black women straightening their hair, many black women still look back on those times with fondness. Quote, "The smells of hair pressing, the movement of hands expertly applying oils and combs, the talk and laughter of black women in the kitchen or the beauty parlor. No matter how nasty the makeup industry is, history has happened, and it has happened in a way in which representation now matters, for beauty is political. And beauty has been a special space of community and teaching for many femme persons. Makeup is a tool of oppression, yes, but so are many other things, and it doesn't always have to be one. I want to reiterate Dr. Kate Main's comment that everyone is entitled to their own stylistic choices, and it is wonderful for makeup to be a tool of self-expression. What's important is to oppose a world in which people feel obligated to wear makeup, to follow oppressive gender rules. I'll end the video off with this quote from Naomi Wolf from 1991. "It is often said that we must make fashion and advertising images include us, but this is a dangerously optimistic misunderstanding of how the market works. Advertising aimed at women works by lowering our self-esteem. If it flatters our self-esteem, it..."
Hear something? Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing! Oh, a voice! Not a singing voice!
No, I think Ooh, okay. Hold on. Let's have a look here. Animatic 3, this is all fine. I think Animatic 5 needs a little bit of a twist down. Let's have a look here. Oh no, I need to go on display all, default display. Go I think it literally needs to be back by frame. Yeah, literally by frame. So what does that mean? That means this S4 cutter has to be back by frame as well. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, and this has to be up again, right? Okay. Sandy, body, let's go here. Oh, let's push it up. Hold on now. Let's have a look here. Let's go. Oh, there. Alright, let's go. Monkey magic. Monkey magic.
Yes, I'll do. Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice. Yes, I'll do. Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice.
I can't stop laughing at this shit. What the fuck did I make, dude? Here's something. Can't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Not a singing voice. Oh man, I can't fucking deal with this shit, man. It's hilarious. It's hilarious, brother. Wait, what the hell? It's 40%. Okay, I did it correctly. I think I just need to. Let's have a look here. W needs to go down a little bit. Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, let's have a look here. Look here. Cut that down a little bit. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, I'll do. Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice.
I think this guy can be kind of fucked around a little bit more. Like, you know.
Yes, I'll do. Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice.
I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go there. And what you need to do is, so that's animatic 5. So you need to do Sandy S5. Nope. Sandy head S5. Whoa, okay. Alright, whatever. I think what you need to do. Oh my god. What the fuck? Alrightio, you gotta go I think you gotta hair. Sandy S5. S5. And close. Okay, let's fix up the head first though, right? I think that doesn't need... Your hair does not need cleaning. I think Alt D, let's have a look here. Black. Let's go. Alrightio. I think with the head, you might want to just get rid of that. And, not sure what you want to do, but personally, maybe you should map out where the hair, like, should stop. Do you get what I mean? Like that, just pretend that he is, Sandy is, you know, okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, I need some music, dude. I need some music. Alright, let's have a look here. Look here.
It is not effective. Let's abandon this hope of looking to the index to fully include us. It won't, because if it does, it has lost its function. After this video, what do you think about this quote now? How do you agree or disagree with it? I'd love to hear your thoughts down below. This was a complicated, messy video because the topic itself is full of paradox, but that's why it's important to have discussion about it. Thank you so much for watching. Let's keep talking, and I hope to hear from you soon. Bye!
Whoa, shoot. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Control C, Control V. Alright, we're good, we're good. Alright, I gotta get down this one. Okay. Dude, I fucking love the node system, man. Oh gosh, things I would do. Things I'll do.
Hello everybody, Super Dude here, as usual. I mean, it is my channel, but unlike the usual, I've been in a bit of a slump with games recently. Happens to the best of us. You look at your list of games and you're just like, I don't know what that has to do with what's on offer in the greater game space. You see, I am a elder Gen Z gamer of the lower class persuasion, so there's a certain type of game that I've often maligned on this channel that may be on its way out now, who knows? The live service game. A game that you can play for as long as you want and could conceivably constantly drop your money into, being your one forever game. Issue is, there are a lot of these now, some more predatory than others, and with each of them asking for a chunk of your brain and time, it's gotten to the point where there are just too many in the space. You can't play more than like 3 of these if you want to get to the end of their battle passes, and it gets to the point where its very presence burns me out, even in a game that I enjoy. Deep Rock Galactic and Splatoon 3 have some live service elements, and I bristle at them, even though they don't cost money, because I don't like when the game suggests that I should be playing it every single day. Don't tell me what to do, Mom! So yeah, long story short, I don't like live service stuff. No offense if you like them, they're popular for a reason, they just aren't for me. So I've shifted to playing some of my comfort games in the meantime. Games that don't judge me on how long it's been since I was last around, nor really care for how long you play them. Just some solid time wasters without a deep investment. Now some of you may be thinking, that sounds a lot like a cozy game. And you're somewhat correct, but cozy is as much an aesthetic as it is a genre. Stardew kind of shot it off, and now you have the 17 Stardew-likes that are announced each Nintendo Direct, Unpacking, Short Hike, Spiritfarer, even some AAA stuff like Animal Crossing. You see the running theme here, right? Cute aesthetics, usually an idyllic, untamed wilderness that you nonetheless tame yourself and then ruin the fantasy with chibi or pseudo-anime characters. That's not what I'm about to talk about. What I will present are a couple of games I found myself playing when I'm in a rut, some of which have been in my corner for years, and some that are specific to this instance of game fatigue. Each of these games are similar in that they're mechanically precise challenges that invite you to spend multiple hours learning and mastering their systems. Yeah, remember when I said solid time wasters without deep investment? That's a lie. It's more like easy to pick up, hard to master, where dozens, and in some cases hundreds of hours later, I'm still improving and finding meaning in the experience, and you can do it at your pace. The mountain is tall and technically never-ending for some games, but you climb it at your pace, take stops when you need, and you pick it up when you're ready, and that's comforting to me. I hope you find something to enjoy in these games yourself, whether you get tired of the more ambitious or consumptive games in your library. These are my cozy games, which I'm gonna call mastery games. There isn't really a name for this genre, seeing as it's more or less a progression style, so mastery games. Hopefully you find them enjoyable as well. First on the list is the most recent addition, as well as the most commanding of my attention currently, Dicey Dungeons. Released originally for all flavors of computer in 2019, and slowly releasing on everything else over the past 5 years. Just last year saw its release on the last major console remaining, so this game is super accessible to any who find it interesting. It is the latest game developed by Terry Kavanagh, who made other indie classics such as and Super Hexagon, a game that melts my brain to play for any amount of time. For those curious about the genre, Dicey Dungeons is a
shit, I fucking love
roguelike
Super Hexagon, bro.
But that title may be a little unparsable if you're less familiar with game genres, so let me explain. Roguelikes are games like Rogue, procedurally generated environments and enemy encounters that change every time you boot the game, and upon death, you lose, the game state is wiped, and you start from the beginning. These games tend to be brutal romps with a greater focus on mechanical execution and less on story elements, though there are always exceptions. There's been a lot of iteration on this genre over the years, such that a lot of our preconceived ideas of what makes a roguelike are constantly brought into question. So just keep in mind that my definition isn't going to be everybody's, but at a base level, roguelike games must have procedural generation and permadeath, and even that last bit is somewhat wiggly. That's the bedrock assumption of the roguelike. Without those, what are we even doing here? The next genre tag is Deck Builder, which is pretty self-explanatory. You're building a deck of cards. These cards represent the actions you could perform, and the game really consists of effective use of your deck to face whatever challenge lies before you, as well as pruning your deck, removing the chaff to keep your cards consistently useful and complementary to each other. Something I am pretty bad at. Though games with this mechanic go back a ways, with some of the earliest versions of this being games like Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, this subgenre really gained steam with the release of Slay the Spire, which came out in 2017. After that, it was the new hotness in game design for a spell, with multiple games releasing with some form of deck builder contained within them, including some games I've already talked about on the channel. So Dicey Dungeons is like Slay the Spire, Monster Train, One Step from Eden, Potionomics, one of many in a game design fad. But what makes this one worth talking about compared to those others? Well, to answer that, let's finally get into the game. Dicey Dungeons is a game show within the game, where the host, Lady Luck, brings a contestant to play for the chance at their heart's desire. She then turns them into little dice people and sends them to infinitely pursue their goal in the dungeon below. Here, you fight. Everyone, continuously pushing deeper into the dungeon to find the boss at the center, and when you defeat them, story stuff happens, but I won't be getting into that in this video. In combat, your dice are rolled randomly at the start of your turn, and then it's up to you to figure out how to slot it into your equipment. One of Dicey Dungeon's greatest strengths is how easy all the mechanics are to read at a glance. As an example, here I have a sword that says, do blank damage, with whatever dice you slot in filling that blank. Intuitively, you understand this means you want to put the biggest dice possible into that slot. To the side, I have Claw, which deals blank damage and adds a poison stack. But it says it only allows a maximum of 3 in that slot. So again, we understand. We need to add a 3, but if you go over, we can't use it. So our game plan is to use this re-roller here to get big dice with a sword, but if we land a 3, use it immediately on the Claw. Super easy to grok, which is good, because the later characters are going to make this a lot more complicated. The enemies operate under the same rules as you do, rolling dice and trying to slot it into their equipment, with each enemy having a different game plan. There are enemies that can only use their odd dice, enemies with high DPS that throw their huge dice at you and junk the rest. One of my favorite designs is this gargoyle that wants to roll high, and then each time it slots a die, it damages you and returns a smaller die, hoping that die becomes a 1 so it can put it in the center to lock you down, preventing you from using your dice on your turn. As a consequence of the game's fuel being dice, your turns are incredibly random, as are the enemies, so it's all about ensuring you make the most of your cards, dice, and either mess with the enemy's turn through status effects, Or just cross your fingers and hope they don't roll doubles. Damn it, not again! Upon defeating an enemy, you gain money for use in various shops in the dungeon map, and experience which contributes towards level ups, giving you extra health as well as either more dice to roll, representing more actions on your turn, or new equipment. You also regain all health lost upon a level up, so you should think strategically on who you fight at what time to regain your health at key moments. Not only that, but you also want to consider the layout of the map. If there are health items, shops, or upgrade points behind this enemy, you may want to get rid of them so you can access that stuff now. There's a lot of strategy that can go into your movements on the map, when you level, what you will want access to, as well as what's the best order to face your foes, which obviously requires intimate knowledge of each of the enemy's inner workings, which will take a few hours. This enemy is a high DPS monster, so anytime he shows up, your health value will be a major factor in your decision making. Contrasting with this enemy, who deals no damage at all until they kill you in one shot, meaning fighting them is a question of your own DPS. Can you hit them faster than they can charge their one attack? Consider when to buy, when to trade, who to fight at what moment, and how to reveal objects on the map so you can best capitalize on advantages are all key factors to success that have nothing to do with the fighting portion I already mentioned. Now that I've dug deep into the game's Sans characters, let's talk about each of the dice people you can control. The warrior is the simplest of the dice. His equipment favors big numbers, with his reroller giving you a second chance at those numbers if the game doesn't cooperate, reinforcing his role as a pure damage character. When characters take damage, that damage contributes to a limit break, which is different from character to character. The warrior's is Fury, which makes whatever action the warrior performs next happen twice, further bolstering his damage-dealing capabilities. Next, the thief. Thief's equipment is much more restrictive, often having a limit at how big the dice can be that slots into it. But they can be reused, unlike the warriors. Pairing that with his limit break unlucky roll, which gives him 4 extra ones to use, and we can see that the thief is a bug bite fighter, dealing loads of small hits over time. He also steals 1 random item from the enemy combatant for the turn, which adds even more chaos to your game plan. Manipulating his dice and dealing numerous hits per turn, the thief excels at applying status effects and keeping himself afloat through tenacity alone. Onto the robot. The robot starts its turn with no dice, instead having a counter to the side which spits out dice when prompted. This CPU, as the game calls it, works like a minigame of blackjack. If you go over, you bust, losing all of your equipment, but if you land on your limit, then you hit the jackpot, giving you a choice between a couple of free moves. Rather than the previous character's kits allowing you to see all of your possible options and making informed choices, this time you're only given 1 dice at a time, and you need to consider if it's worth risking your equipment for another die. Pair that with the robot's equipment changing per extra die rolled, or if the jackpot is in play, and there's a strong risk-reward in holding onto your dice for a lucky roll. The robot's limit break automatically hits the jackpot though, so you can short-circuit this risk if you'd really like to push your equipment to the limit, pun intended. You'll note that we started with a perfectly consistent character, introducing chaos through the thief's stolen equipment. Now I get to curse you, you son of a bitch! Now we have a risk-reward sequential dice roller for the robot. With each subsequent character, decisions become more and more chaotic with options you can't account for. And trust me, the chaos is only going to get worse with my favorite character, the Inventor. The Inventor starts off with a gadget that takes up no space on her board and can be used for free, which is nice. However, at the end of each combat, she scraps a piece of equipment and turns it into a new gadget, bringing a new free object into each new engagement, but destroying the original tool in the process. To offset this, there are even more chests on the map for her to gather equipment from, but this also means the Inventor has an extra layer of decision-making to her map movements. If 2 enemies are placed in a row with no equipment to be gathered between, will you lose out on the damage you need to complete that second fight? What if you're particularly married to your equipment? Better find some junk to throw away so you can keep your good stuff. Her limit break is Focus, which turns all of your dice into 6s. Not the most mind-blowing LB, but it's useful for making big damage. Overall, the Inventor is a more movement-oriented fighter, whose map decisions affect her combat effectiveness from engagement to engagement. The hardest of the characters is the Witch. The Witch has 4 equipment slots compared to the usual 6, but goes about using her tools in a completely new way. The Witch has a spell book, which can hold 6 spells that you slot into the various positions, between 1 and 6, like the die. This is a game about dice, surely you've noticed. To bring that spell to the field, you must prepare it, consuming a die equal to the die shown beside the spell. You can then bring it to the field, which only then allows you to use it like other characters normally do. This means the Witch is even more at the mercy of her rolled dice, as she needs 2 different conditions to be met to cast a spell. She needs the die to prepare it, and the die to cast it.
I think I kind of want to make
the more dice, she can continually cast and prepare
cool.
spells, allowing her to commit more actions than any other character, besides maybe the Thief. This is accomplished with her limit break,
let's have
Crystal Ball. which rolls 3
we
extra
can go with
dice,
the
as well as the
camera.
very necessary spell, Hall of
let's go
Mirrors,
right
which gives her
here.
+1 dice during the fight, which you can use to your advantage to stack more and more and more dice. The witch starts fights at a massive disadvantage, then builds into a monster through her usage of these spells. If she rolls the right dice, that is. Real quick, just wanted to point out, have you noticed how sneaky this game's design is? Rather than other deck builders, which focus on draw rate or deck management, Dicey Dungeons only gives you 3 to 6 items for you to use per turn, changing how many decisions you can make per turn compared to other deck builders, and obfuscating the relationship between cards and equipment, at least at first. From Inventor onward, aspects of traditional deck builders find their way into this game, with Inventor's focus on pruning her deck, and the Witch's interest in building her position with the deck she's made. With the final character, the Jester, any pretense that this isn't a deck builder goes out the window, because he has a true blue deck of cards in his hands. Most of the Jester's cards aren't anything to write home about, but you can discard matching sets to hopefully find some of the stronger cards in his arsenal, like the Finale card, or some cards you can find in chests. His Limit Break fundamentally changes how this mechanic works, though. Usually when you're discarding these matching sets, it's because you're just looking for something behind. You're trying to get this crap out of the way to find some of the good stuff. Or run out of cards entirely so you can find the super strong Finale card. But his Limit Break changes the matching cards relationship from just discarding matching sets to using matching sets, making the Jester's Limit Break arguably the strongest in the game. With the Jester,
that gives it a
all
little
the
bit of
classic
kick.
ideas
Hey,
behind
that
deck
fucking
builders are in
camera,
play.
dude.
Deck management and considering choices to set up other cards for later.
Oh
Synergies, as well as
shit. Okay,
pruning
okay.
the
What
deck
if I
to keep it
fucking
clean,
zoom in as
strong,
well?
and consistent.
Fuck,
This
I'm
is the
not
game
playing around,
moving
dude.
the
This is
training
gonna be
wheels and asking you to
crazy.
apply everything you've learned to a true
I'm gonna zoom the
deck
fuck
builder.
in.
And as someone who really struggles with decision-making prior to this genre, the training I've received before this gave me the
Oh shit!
quite handily. It felt good.
Oh
That's what the game is, in
shit,
essence.
that's
A
crazy.
deck builder for dummies. But
Oh
it
my
cranks up
gosh.
the heat from character to character.
That zoom in is nuts. Oh, it's so dramatic. Oh, I think I don't know how far I can push it because I don't want it to be like super obvious. Or maybe I do. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh, let's go, let's go. Oh shit. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh. Wait. I don't know how fast I want to make the loop. Like, what if I do this and I go there and I just turn all of this into exposure. No, that's too much. No. I don't know, actually. Would that be funny? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I think that's a bit too much. I'm not sure. I gotta... Okay. I think what I can do is, okay, wait. You can do mark the beginning, right? So you can mark loop. L. Okay, just go 1. Okay, let's go here. Oh, so it's actually not that fast. So can I mark frame? Let's go red. So if I go here and I go there and I go exposure, set exposure to 1. Oh, so shoot, that get rid of the frame. Okay, I'll mark frame as remove frame marker. Why don't I just start there. Okay, so let's just remove this one. So this going forward, you can set exposure. Actually, you know what? I think the same. Nah. That's a bit try hard. I think that try hard ain't gonna work too well. Yeah, remove frame mark. I think it could be on twos. It's so stupid. It's so dramatic, Winston. What is up with you?
Hear something? Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice. Hear something? Don't you hear a voice? Yes, I'm singing. Oh, a voice. Not a singing voice.
Oh, actually, you know, over here, I think I can probably do a bit of like. Okay, you gotta turn off the camera shake for that one. Alright, that gotta be. You gotta. I think this can go back. Okay, I think I think this is a place where you gotta check your mirrors. Because, I don't know, this, who cares, it's just one frame, so I don't think anyone matters. So what you can do is shoot. Wait, what? Oh, shoot, my bad. Fuck. I think I should make Sandy a little bit like more worried and stuff. You know what I mean? Like what? Because I feel like the frown is like a very similar expression. Yeah, I think that's probably better.
Not a singing voice. Oh boys, 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 not a singing voice.
I think if I were to do the hair, it's a little bit thin. You might have to do a lot of copy pasting. So yeah, probably not like elasticy, but more like stiff. So I think, you know, keeping very distinct shapes, you know what I mean? What?
Hello?
I think you should get rid of. I think you should get rid of this one. Yeah, you gotta get rid of that.
Okay, so tonight I'm going to talk through some projects a tiny bit slower than that, but I aim to get through 10 things in 10 minutes. So this is what we're going to talk about. Zero, what are we about? Number one, branding. Number two, unbranding. Three, big stuff. 3B, big stuff part two. Four, you cannot not design. No design, bad design, serious design. What was that all about? And later means never. These first few slides, we actually show these to new clients when we start talking about the creative process. And also frames.
Thanks, Taylor.
It also frames kind of who we are. So people wouldn't care if 3/4 of brands disappeared. Hello? Okay, so tonight I'm going to talk through some projects a tiny bit slower than that. I aim to get through 10 things in 10 minutes. So this is what we're going to talk about. Zero, what are we about? Number one, branding. Number two, unbranding. Three, big stuff. 3B, big stuff part two. Four, you cannot not design. No design, bad design, serious design. What was that all about? And later means never. These first few slides, we actually show these to new clients when we start talking about the creative process. It also frames kind of who we are. So people wouldn't care if 3/4 of brands disappeared tomorrow. We think we've reached peak stuff, peak of everything. We've entered the age of average. It's a bit harsh, this one, but I kind of feel it's blandification, a little bit like watching England play. Everything like feels the same, feels like a little bit, come on. And this is a way we kind of tee up our clients to make exciting work. But we believe, at Uncommon, that some brands can make a difference like never before. These are the brands that matter, and ones that the real world are glad they exist. These brands are uncommon. So number one, branding. Rebranding FIFA's most popular football game into a club, EAFC.
Triangles. From total football, tiki-taka, gegenpressing. This is football's DNA. Always been in the game. Now, it's in the name. The shape of football's future. On the pitch, in the culture, to the world. Triangles.
So that was our launch film for our project. But interestingly, like, it started off with a triangle with an icon that's hiding in plain sight. And then Ancom would build a big brand system, like normal things, like custom typography, graphic language, and design world. But what we really also really care and craft as much as the design work itself, is how we launch it into the world. We launched that with Bex, Zidane, and also on the right hand side, Benzema actually did this, which is sort of super cool. And for us, it's as much about like launching as the work itself. So we partnered up with 65 of EA's partner clubs, and we like made scarves and put them around football grounds for the first day of the season. And we did a launch event in Amsterdam, the home of total football. We actually got the world's best in situ hack shot. This isn't something you go around Uncommon showing, but when I explain Uncommon to my mates, this is what I sort of like say. So we're a combination of like a design studio and an ad agency, and to be honest, you could chuck a load more like circles on top of that. So we call ourselves a creative studio, so we're neither of those two things. I've just added this one in. What we loved about the EA project was seeing the icon like appear in different places around the world, like from Sunday League all the way up to the professional game. But when you work with like iconic brands, you're involved in iconic moments. I know it's only a tiny thing, because it's like it's a logo on her shoulder, but Rebecca Welch was the first female ref in the Premier League. Number two, unbranding. Removing the masthead or logo from a magazine. So early last year, we started rebranding Port magazine. This is like a little collage of some of the covers we were testing. And everything sort of felt like quite familiar. The magazine had like really good design heritage. We couldn't really quite get it, so we went back to what the essence of Port was about. It was about the people. So we decided to ask all the cover stars to write their own name. Sorry, write the masthead, Port, and that would be on the cover. And it came up some really interesting results. So Tychus was playful and fun, and you can get that through his Port, and then Franz was talking about he wants to hide in everyday life, and his letters are like bent round and curved on each other. And Kai's was like an explosion. You get this great sense of like personality through this moment, and we really want to connect with the cover stars in a closer way. It's also, the magazine has no logo, which is a bit of a nightmare, but we'll skip over that. This is some more stuff on Port. This talks quick, so I'm just going to just show you some eye candy bits. Number three, big stuff. So in a world that says you can't, you can do it. So this is kind of a way in how we like maybe set up the kind of like friction or tension in society of one of our projects. So we have less money, less time, less motivation, less know-how. We don't know where to start. 80% of us want change, and only 36% feel they can do it. Even if it's scary, you can do it. Your dad could do it, your sister could do it, the handyman could do it, They aren't going to do it. You can do it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, maybe never, maybe now, you can do it. And the creative direction for here, like, we use delicate typography, and that was kind of like a symbol for hope and your kind of like courage, I guess. And then we had these like huge like tools as superheroes coming in to kind of like save the day and empower you to make that change. We love shooting everything in camera. This is like a drill piece, the biggest drill piece we get, but a drill piece. And then we like painted on little bits of metal on the end of the drill piece. Super cool, like bits of detail. And again, we want to catch everything in camera to get the light, so the light was bouncing off the objects in the right way. And we always try and find a stretch in the idea with a slight twist. We spent way too long photographing toilet plungers. That makes you feel like some, you know, brings you right down to earth, like $6.99. But like, it's popular. So, but at the end you get to do like, type as a turd, which is nice. 3B, big stuff part 2. Bit more report. This is an article about oranges. This story mentioned a gherkin or pickle. This is a cocktail. This is about chefs using too much butter in their food at restaurants. I didn't read this one, but this is popcorn. 4, you cannot not design. 5, no design. Ideas can come from anywhere, and uncommon, we have no formula. This was a sketch that our ECD did for BA, which reads, you can't read it, so on the top it says, plane needs to feel sun-kissed, start with a person, add another, add a baby. So it starts with a person, you add another, and you add a baby. And we built this all around the idea of like, really what we're selling here, we're selling like the emotion. We talk about emotion a lot on Uncommon. And here we're selling the emotion of when you first look out that plane window at 35,000 feet, when you realise you're going somewhere special and you're excited. And the line we worked with, everywhere you go makes us who we are. A little bit behind the scenes, we love doing everything camera. We try to hire a plane, expensive. So we did a 3D render of the plane to figure out the correct angles and shot plates of the people. The next slide I'm about to show you is a warning. This isn't the TV ad. Because I've got so little time in this talk, I've sped it up to the end frame. So I apologise, but here we go. Good evening. So just kind of love the way that idea that started on a notepad and started as a poster ended its way into a film that inspired a film. And we also like found the baby with the best core body strength to like sit up, look out the window. And we also like totally love it when we get spoofed. This is Ryanair like cramming people in. This is EasyJet. I've put a little pronunciation note on there, so I say New Yorker, I think that's right. Greg's, Legends. And then we started spoofing it in-house. I'm not really sure what this is, but this went all around our WhatsApp, so I thought I'd put it in. 6, bad design. The insurance category is all about risk, but never want to talk about risk. They always want to reassure you. So we want to talk about risk and mistakes. So for Hiscox, we made the most disastrous campaign ever. I'll let you read that one. So all about little mistakes for big consequences. Just like lovely kind of like idea-led, like there was that thing with Smile in Mind. I think this kind of does that. 7, serious design. This was all about getting closer to the stars. I had to introduce Sirius because it's a brand in North America. It's like their largest kind of like, they call themselves the leading audio entertainment company in North America. But it's kind of like a big radio station. And it's called Sirius, which is named after the brightest star in the sky, the dog star. So we, again, like an icon born out of a star, and has a dog.
10 minutes 212 with the fifth car, it's the 212. Kick on do when you goon sprayed out, bitch, bit.
You ain't got the answer, Sway.
Are you in 200?
So I sped that up a bit as well to keep in my time. And the work with Sirius is all about getting closer. It'll be closer to the stars. And also closer to the music. This is a piece about home. This is getting closer to hip hop. This is getting closer to the game. And we shot these all as a series of motion portraits. I love this one. This is getting closer to country. 8. So I'm just going to end with like a point of view on Uncommon. So we ask ourselves those same questions we always put to our clients. So how do we go from being a brand that sells stuff to people to a brand that people wished existed? That's the studio we're trying to build, and that's what we kind of always say to ourselves. And this is like really ambitious and really punchy, but kind of it's all what we all believe. We want to build a studio for the most important and influential briefs of our time. 9. That's it. Later means never.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Only one of you. Michelle, you brought the tea.
I know.
Johannes didn't bring the tea. Okay.
I didn't bring my tea.
Johannes is not a team player. We were asked to bring the tea with us for a comfy look.
And you didn't. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to Nice Tuesdays.
Thank
how are you
for having
doing?
us.
Good,
Fine.
thanks.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be in London.
Yeah. I mean, so you're over for how long? You've been here for like about 10 days or something? Well, you have been a bit longer.
It also frames kind of who we are. So people wouldn't care if 3/4 of brands disappeared tomorrow. We think we've reached peak stuff, peak of everything. We've entered the age of average. It's a bit harsh, this one, but I kind of feel it's blandification, a little bit like watching England play. Everything like feels the same, feels like a little bit, come on. And this is a way we kind of tee up our clients to make exciting work. But we believe at Uncommon that some brands can make a difference like never before. These
Oh shoot, did you mess it up? Ah crap. I think you gotta recurse. Okay, I think you gotta recurse everything. You gotta take a step back. Okay, cool. This is all fine. This is all fine. I think this is looking okay. I don't know, something about hair is just a little bit hard to animate. Shoot. gotta get rid of them arrows. Spend way too much time on this actually. I think you gotta close it up. Let's have a look here.
How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice. How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice. How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice. How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing.
It's so stupid.
Hear something? How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice. Hear something? How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice.
So bad.
Hear something? How'd you hear a voice? Hear something? Hear something? Hear something? Hear something? How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice.
I might have to end it there. I think it's looking alright. I think all the roughs are basically done.
How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice. Not a singing voice. Singing voice. Not a singing voice. Not a singing voice.
I can't get over it. This is so stupid.
Hear something? How'd you hear a voice? Yes, singing. Oh, a voice, not a singing voice.
Alright, might just have to end the stream there. It is what it is.